SummerSlam, and it is an absolutely stacked show tonight. It is absolutely rammed. So much so that we, as we said, are starting a little bit earlier, but also we know that we have got the first, I think, is it hour, is going to be commercial free over in America. I don't know, maybe it's commercial free over here in the UK as well. It does tend to be, thinking about it, if ever they go commercial free in America, then we're normally commercial free over here as well. So yeah, exciting. Let's run down the preview so that people know what we've got. Obviously the headline is going to be the Wyatt Sicks, and of course all the Liv, Dom, Rhea, Damian situation, right? But let's go down. So CM Punk and Drew McIntyre's SummerSlam Fallout. That's on the official preview. The streets are saying that CM Punk is on the show, which isn't going to come as much of a surprise. But I wonder how that progresses. I wonder, like, how that plays out. I'm sure CM Punk's going to have words for Seth Rollins. But yeah, I wonder how that plays. So we've got that. We've got new World Heavyweight Champion Gunther. He's going to be on the show. We've got the Wyatt Sicks compete for the first time on Raw against Chad Gable and the Creed brothers. As well as that, we know there was the tease, so we are expecting the Joe Gacy interview. I think we get that as well as the match, right? Then we've got Dakota Kai looking for payback on Sonya Deville. Little strange, this. This does feel very much like it is heel team against heel. I mean, who are you meant to root for in Dakota Kai versus Sonya Deville? Like, they've both been heels. If we are turning Damage Control face, then we've kind of done it in a bit of a sloppy way. I don't know. I'm sure we can, like, fix it, but I don't know. I look at that and I'm like, who am I meant to root for there? I don't care. I like both. I mean, it's not that I don't like them. It's just they haven't been very likable. So we've got a bit of work to do there. Sheamus is going to be taking on a returning Ludwig Kaiser. And we've got New Day taking on Authors of Pain, AOP. And Awesome Truth are taking on A-Town Down Under. You might remember that they confronted each other at SummerSlam. And we said, I don't quite get how this is going to play because they're both on different brands. Well, we got our answer. They're going to face off on Raw. And actually, Adam Pearce said he had spoken to Nick Aldis and got it all agreed, got it all sorted out. So that was on the official preview that dropped not that long ago. So, yeah, I mean, look, it's really not normal for us to have that much stuff kind of listed as to what we're going to be getting tonight. Obviously, we've got a good few hours to go until we actually get to the show. But, yeah, so good. So good. This is going to be a really exciting night. And I think, like, SummerSlam was so well received. I mean, the score that the community gave, it was like a high all-time score. All the feedback we got for the opinions video was like people were losing their minds over it. People seem to really have a good time on the stream as well on Saturday, which was brilliant. I'm so pleased that people had fun, and like the feedback was like really good, really positive. And everyone just seemed like yesterday to be pulling their hair out. They were so desperate to kind of come and get to Raw, and now we're here. So it's really got that big show feel, you know, which is why I wanted to just start that little bit earlier, which will probably catch people off guard, so that we could get that preview out the way and get stuck into your thoughts and your comments. So, right, let's do exactly that, shall we? That's the whole reason why we've started early. Sigmund, shout out to you, says, with the next PLE in Germany, can you give us your best German accent impression? No. Uncle Howdy said, so the Wyatt Sicks are going to main event Raw, I'm seeing. Yes, apparently they are main eventing. Is this the night that Alexa Bliss returns? Is this the night Alexa Bliss returns? That's a good question. I don't think so, to be honest. People know my feeling on this. I think that I was expecting her to come straight into the Wyatt Sicks. She hasn't been teased. There's been nothing. If you think of the builds that we had for Nightbirds, right? If you think of kind of what we went through with bringing this group in, it feels a little bit strange that we would just bring Alexa in with no tease, no mystery. I mean, really, the group has all been about kind of Easter eggs and cryptic clues and like little things in the background, puppets in the background. Like there's loads of that kind of stuff, right? Loads of that kind of stuff. And so you would expect the same for Alexa, or I would expect the same for Alexa. Maybe not to the extent of a Nightbird, but something. And we just haven't had anything. There's just not been anything. So if she's going to come back, I'm really struggling to see that she's going to come back and be in the group with no teases. So then that gets me thinking, well, will they bring her back as just like the goddess? And there's a chance of that. And we've had a good conversation about that, how you could bring her back as the goddess. And then what you could do is you could, so you bring her back as the goddess, and then you can actually show on TV like Nikki trying to bring her into the Wyatt Sicks, which I think would be really interesting. You know, I think that seeing her trying to get Alexa, you wouldn't know if she was trying to bring her in or if she was trying to attack her or what she was doing. I think there is some really compelling segments there. I think there is some really good TV that you could get out of that, rather than her just coming back and she's just already in the group. The idea of her coming back and then we try and bring her into the group, that could be fun. So I genuinely don't mind if she comes back as goddess or comes back as whatever, a new version of herself, and then we spend time recruiting her. Equally, I don't mind if she comes back and she goes straight into the group. The only thing I would say is, if we're going to do that, can we build it? Can we make it feel like special? Can we do what we normally do for these kind of things, which is Easter eggs, cryptic clues, you know, things along those lines. So yeah, I'm looking for something like that. And Brady said, actually, Alexa Bliss Gamer said, now that the interviews are coming to an end, could we start the teases for Alexa? And I thought that was a good shout, because if this is the last interview, the Joe Gacy one will be the final member, yeah? So if this is the last interview, then what do we start after that? Where do we go after that? You know, what do we do after that? Because we have been getting tweets, haven't we, on like a Saturday and a Sunday, which has been teasing like the Wyatt segment on the Monday. Well, if we're done with all of that, what do you replace it with? It would be a shame for it to just all go. Wouldn't it? It'd be a shame for us to not get any more tweets and not get any more vignettes and, I don't know, just end up with a normal segment. I mean, I don't know. I can't see that. That's not really the way this group has worked. So I'm looking for what do we do after these interviews, and maybe some teases leading to the arrival of Alexa. That could be a direction that we go. So yeah, to be perfectly honest, not expecting her tonight. There's nothing to suggest that she's going to be on the show tonight. If she does come back, I'm currently thinking it might not be as part of the group immediately. It's not important. Nothing's impossible. We know she is a signed WWE superstar that is actively working and training towards her return, right? We know that she was meant to be, or the word on the street was she was meant to be back around SummerSlam time. So her being on the show tonight is absolutely possible, right? Absolutely possible. But just looking at how the land lays at the moment, just looking at like where we are in this situation, I would just be like, well, it doesn't feel like she's about to come back. There's nothing to suggest that she's about to come back. And if you're going to bring her back and be a member and you've not teased it, that's going to be completely out the blue. And it's not a problem to do that. It's just not really the way that we do things like this. So, yeah, I'm not expecting her. If we get it, it'll be a surprise. And let's see. There's lots of things that could go down tonight. We didn't really get all that much in regards to like people coming back or anything. You know, we know that Charlotte is also still floating around. Although I think we're probably expecting Charlotte to be more on SmackDown. I think Charlotte goes where Andrade is. So that would be SmackDown, wouldn't it? Because they're married and they like to keep couples together. So I think SmackDown feels like the place where Charlotte will probably land. Thomas said, Solo, Liv, Damian, they all had the best in-ring showings at SummerSlam, in my opinion, with a lot on the line. I have been very hard on Solo and Damian, so credit to them. Well, yeah, I thought they did well. I mean, I think it's greatly helped, though, when you have, you know, if you think about it, all three of those matches had outside interference. None of those matches were just them against their opponent, and that was it. All three had major outside interference, which I don't think is unfair to suggest massively helped their matches, right? So I agree with you that I think it was amongst the best showings for them, but I would also say that there's a little asterisk because, you know, Liv against Rhea, the Dominik moment is so big. You know, the Dominik moment is absolutely massive. He's on the outside. You're looking to see if he's going to get involved. Obviously he does, but like it's take the chair, and we thought that was going to be the finish, and it wasn't. I mean, it was so well booked. But that outside interference was a massive part of that match. And of course, then ultimately he does cost Rhea, and then the kiss and all of that. But still a very good showing. If you took all of that away, it was still a very good showing from Liv. Solo, to me, that match felt like a Solo match, if I'm going to be brutally honest. I think as a main event, you take that outside interference away, and I don't think it's anything special. I think Solo felt quite Solo-ish. I mean, like, fair play. The nerves must have been real. You know, you're talking about main event in SummerSlam. But really, that whole thing was just to bring Roman back, wasn't it? That's what it was for. That was what we used it for. It was just to bring Roman back. I don't know that it did much to make Solo feel like an even bigger star. I don't know that Solo feels bigger to me now than he did before. It was just a way of getting Roman to come back and... well, mission accomplished. He certainly didn't drop the ball, let's put it that way, yeah? And Damian, I mean, the big outside interference with Finn, and now that's going to launch them into a whole feud there. Triple H said something really good about Damian, you know? He said a lot of people, when we gave Damian the ball, said that he was just being gifted it. He was just being given it. It was his time. And once he lost that title, he lost it as a bona fide world champion. So Triple H basically talking about the journey that Damian Priest had been on. Like, he came in as like just the Money in the Bank cash-in guy. But when he lost it as the legit world champion. Like, Triple H making out, and it's up to you to decide whether you think it's true or not, but making out that Damian had elevated his stock whilst being world champion. So I don't know how people feel about that. I agree with Thomas. All three had really good, strong showings, but I do have to just mention and put that asterisk that all three matches had pretty major outside interference as well, which I don't think can be ignored. I'd like to see them in some proper one-on-one matches without outside interference to see exactly where they are. Nathan said, Daze, hello, everyone, hello. I hope everyone had a great day. Super excited to see the in-ring debut of the Wyatt Sicks, and my tribal chief is back. Happy day. Sigmund said, what grade number would you give SummerSlam? I would be giving it like an 8.75. I think... When you've got a show that good, and we said this before, when you've got a show that good, you don't start at 0 and then work up. You start at 10 and you work down. And so for me, I start at a 10 and I go, right, what did I dislike about the show? What about the show, like, would I change? And there are bits. I mean, for me, this is far from a perfect show. I think that it is you know, I look at things like the Bron Breakker and Sammy match, and I just think that even the community scored that good, right? It was the only match to not get a great or above rating. And I agree. I just think that Bron looked a little, maybe nervous. Some of the moves weren't very crisp. And it just like felt a bit clunky, a bit loose in places. And I think that, you know, that could have been a stronger offering. I look at the fact that that main event, as we said, I think the outside interference is amazing, but I think the match that we got before it was a little flat for a main event. It felt like it wasn't as good as some of the other matches that we had until we start getting the outside interference. I mean, the match ends up getting like an all-time rating from you lot, which is understandable because I think the Roman return does a lot of the lift in there. I think you take that Roman return out, I don't think it gets anywhere near the score it got. But Roman coming back and Superman punching and spearing Solo and the drama of that moment, and it was really good. I mean, that moment was done really well. But even that moment, I would say, someone sent me a clip of that moment, but with Roman's normal music, and it is so much better. Roman's normal theme in that moment is so much better. It fits so much better. It sounds so much better. It's so hard to explain. So I think the music they used for Roman was wrong. I don't like that theme. Like, I think the one that we know just works better. Someone sent me that, and I was like, I retweeted it, and I was like, yeah, that's better. It sounded and felt better. So I look at that, I'm like, oh, we could have done that. I think we could have had Paul Heyman as well with the ladies and gentlemen even before that. I don't know if he was ill, under the weather, if there was travel problems. I don't know why he wasn't there, because we all thought he would be the one to bring Roman back. But he wasn't, and so I kind of go, oh, I think you could have done that a little better as well. A lot of the other matches, I think, absolutely delivered. A lot of the other matches, I was like really impressed with. I wouldn't change Liv Rhea. I thought it absolutely delivered. I wouldn't have changed Damian Gunther. I thought that was really strong. Got a great score from you guys. Loved the Finn betrayal. I probably would have changed the A-Town Down Under awesome truth bit with Jelly Roll. We'd already had Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll had already sung earlier in the show. So I think that was a great opportunity for something different. So, you know, for me, why could we have not had Chad Gable interrupt? We could have had Chad Gable interrupt. Then we could have had the Wyatt Sicks come down. Would have allowed the crowd to have got their phones out. Would have looked awesome in that stadium. And would have got the Wyatt Sicks onto the SummerSlam card, even if it was just to make an appearance, just to make a presence. That's a big crowd, and that's, you know, I've got to think done well from a viewership point of view on Peacock, where we've just not had the Wyatt Sicks on that show at all. I'll never understand it. I'll never understand. So I think, you know, you could have, even if it wasn't a match and it was just an appearance, so that it could have just even advertised Raw, like, don't forget, these guys will be in action for the first time on Monday. You think you would take that opportunity to advertise the fact that the Wyatt Sicks are going to be competing for the first time. So for me, that segment could have been stronger as well. So, but as I said, these are, it might sound like a lot of stuff, right? And there's others little bits as well that I would have changed. But these are all very small things that just stop it being 10 out of 10, in my opinion. And my end result is about an 8.75, which I think is, I mean, if you know me, I just never go to the 8s. To get into the 8s is a big achievement. To get to the top end of the 8s is borderline unfathomable. I'm not that kind of person that gets like OTT. I'm always around the kind of 6.5, 6.75, 7, 7.25. That's my normal range for shows. So 8.75 is exceptional. It is exceptional because it was an exceptional show. The stuff we've mentioned were just little nitpicks. So yeah, those were kind of my thoughts. We broke all that down and we did all of that in the opinions video, where we got your thoughts as well. And I thought that was a really good video because I don't know about you, but it's always good to get that. I think as soon as a show finishes, you want to know like what people thought about it. Like, I'm sure you've got like content creators that you like to go to, or maybe you want to know what Dave Meltzer says. Maybe you want to know what, I don't know, JD from New York says. Maybe you want to know what different people say, right? For me, like, I don't really ever do that. There's no one that I really ever go to. Like, I don't have that, I wonder what they thought about it. So for me, it's like, what did you lot think about it? And obviously I get that at the end of the show in the chat, but to actually now do that with the opinions video, like, I love doing those. And so I really enjoyed doing that video. So yeah, thank you to everyone that took part in that. We tried to get through as many as possible, but it's difficult because obviously, I mean, we could just go for like 2 hours. I think we had like 100 odd responses. It was pretty crazy. Dormouse69 said, if you are new, please slam the sub-like buttons. Dormouse69, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the kind words. Kian said, Daze, hope you are well. Doing good. How was your day? Same as ever. I really enjoyed SummerSlam. Thanks for the stream. Can't wait for the Wyatt Sicks debut. Roman is back and Cody is still champ. Yeah, they've said Roman Friday. So we do have that to look forward to, Roman on Friday. It is worth mentioning that the Wyatt Sicks tweeted out as well. They tweeted out earlier, not that long ago actually, but they just tweeted out about, I've got it here. So they just tweeted out about the fact that the debut for the Wyatt family, that was at Baltimore. And the in-ring debut for the Wyatt Sicks is also going to be Baltimore. And they just put life is a circle. So, I mean, yes, it is. The only thing, though, right? The only caveat is it also would have been a circle had you have done some at SummerSlam, because there's loads of stuff that Bray and the Wyatts and the Fiend have all done at SummerSlam. So I kind of feel like, you know, every week you can find an anniversary for something. I think also today is the 5-year anniversary of Nikki and Alexa, like, I don't know, winning titles or something. So, do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like every week these wrestlers are so active and there's no off season that every week there's going to be some sort of anniversary of some sort of moment. And so I do agree, like, it's nice that it's in the same place as where the Wyatt family made their debut, but I also think that's not a reason to have not done some at SummerSlam, right? I don't think they're trying to use that as an excuse. I think they're just pointing out, like, you know, this is a nice circle moment, which they're right to do, but they would have been right had they have done some at SummerSlam as well. Puff Dutch said Bron is Goldberg unless they stop making him spear everyone, telling us how fast he is. I saw an interview with Bron, and he was talking about how hard it was to learn how to do that running of the ropes. He said, like, it was one of the toughest things he had to learn how to do, was how to run the ropes that quickly, because it was, I don't know, it's just really difficult. It's something which took him a long time. Which, you know, in all fairness, I can believe, because it's not something that you see people doing, do you? You don't see people coming off the ropes at that kind of speed. So I can believe that that is a skill that was difficult to learn. But yeah, he is someone that is high impact. He's not here for a long time. He's here for a good time. He's a bit Goldberg-esque, a bit Warrior-esque. You know, those kind of people that come down, get the job done in quick fashion, dominant, high-impact moves. He's probably got more agility than either of those. But, yeah. But I think there's a place on the roster for someone like that. That kind of no-nonsense, you know. It always does well. People always... Warrior was just so over. And, you know, he couldn't wrestle for toffee. Goldberg, I mean, if you're going to talk about the Mount Rushmore of WCW stars, you I think probably putting Goldberg on there. So, like, I think to run that play again in 2024, I get it. I get why they would want to do it, to be honest, because even though we might look at it as hardened, bitter, old, booming wrestling fans, right? The people will have not seen that kind of thing before. People will have not seen that style, that kind of come down, get the job done, mess you up, off I go. I mean, 5 minutes their match. Apparently, it was allocated longer. I don't know why they didn't use all of the time, but apparently it was given more time. It just went short. Navaldo said Roman Reigns circles the ring twice, then enters the ring. Every one of the fake bloodline leaves except the wise man. What's that for, Navaldo? Are we saying on Friday or something? What are we fantasy booking there? You ain't hardcore said, did you see the Wyatt Sicks tweet from an hour ago? I did, but yes, I did. What's going to happen with Dom and Liv and Rhea tonight? We have Finn and Priest thing. Finn helps Gunther win heavyweight championship. Yeah, I can't wait to find out, to be honest. I think that there is footage of Liv, Finn, JD and Dominik arriving at the arena together, all getting off a bus at the same time, right? A coach. And like, it looks like that may be a new group now. I'm wondering if that is going to be the Judgment Day moving forward. Don't know what we do with Carlito, but I wonder if that is the new group going forwards. I wonder if we will see them now as the new Judgment Day, which I think they should be, right? Because I think that you want to do them against Damian, Rhea, maybe Jay. I don't know who else you bring in, but you can find someone. And you could do a bloodline. You could do a Judgment Day thing. I mean, they are mirroring each other. If you think you got bloodline on SmackDown, we might have Judgment Day on Raw. So it is a little bit unfortunate that these two groups are kind of breaking at the same time. And maybe building towards them, like, infighting at the same time. But, you know, it is what it is. But more than that, I think Judgment Day surely are going to be a target for the Wyatt Sicks. A lot of people have said, you know, Dominic's been a liar to mommy, and is that a reason why he's going to be a target? Maybe, maybe not. For me personally, I just think they've always been on the agenda. We did like lots of conversations about who should the Wyatt Sicks go after. And I remember saying, look, I think the Wyatt Sicks are going to come in as faces, because why would you ever want to boo them? Like, they're carrying on Bray's legacy, so why would you want to boo them, right? And so we were looking at, like, okay, well, what heels do they go after? And we said, well, you could have one go after the world title, one go after the mid-card title, Nikki could go after the women's title, or they could pick individual feuds. But I don't think you want to do that straight away, because we're learning about this group. I kind of feel like you don't want them going off on their own side quests this early. You want them as a faction dishing out some justice. As a faction, you want them going after other factions. We ain't blessed for factions on Raw. We ain't drowning in factions on Raw. We've got, like, Final Testament, who they may cross paths with at some point. But Judgment Day would be the big one, wouldn't it? Judgment Day would seem like the big obvious faction that Wyatt Sicks should set their sights on. People would say Bloodline as well, but Bloodline are obviously on SmackDown. That's a different show. I don't see the Wyatt Sicks going over there at the moment. So, yeah, I think, like, we've obviously had them go after Chad Gable. Chad Gable's gone and got the Creeds. He's kind of created a new faction just so that we can do this feud, really. And so that makes sense, and we can get a bit of mileage out of that. But eventually, I don't know when, don't know if it'll be sooner or later, they've got to turn their attention to the Judgment Day. They've got to. For whatever reason you want to come up with, right? For whatever reason, be it because of Dom, be it because of Finn, be it because, you know, we don't like the black and purple color scheme, I don't know. Maybe you're not a fan of the clubhouse. Maybe because of how Dom treated Ray. I mean, you could come up with a billion reasons. For me, it's like I'm looking more of it from a booking point of view of who do you have them go up against? And Judgment Day have got to be in the mix, haven't they? They've got to be in the mix. Let's go down. Daze, I tagged you in summer. I need you to have a look. It's not bad. I need help. It's a shirt. You've tagged me in a shirt. Okay. Let me have a look. In my notifications? Oh, there it is. I'm in help. It's about something I ordered. It came. Has anyone else on... Huh? So you've ordered a shirt and it's not got the club badge on the shirt. Well, it's faulty then, isn't it? I mean, that's clearly it should have a club badge. So that looks like something you're gonna have to send back, but so there's not really much help you can be given there, like unless it's not a reversible shirt or anything, is it? That just looks like it. You've ordered something and it's not there. There's not really much help I can give you on that one. Daze, I'm watching Raw tomorrow as I can't stay up. So I'm watching you. TV Wrestling, shout out to you, my friends. However you watch Raw, today, tomorrow, next year, 2 years, 5 years, right? Make sure that you watch it because this is going to be an unmissable show. Days, Theory and Waller on Raw. Yes. Supposedly 2 people traded to SmackDown. Many are predicting Sammy and Jay. What do you think? Oh, I didn't catch that they were trading. I heard they were coming over after he had spoken to Nick Aldis. Like, I knew that he had brought them over for this show. I didn't realize this was a permanent move, though. So is that what is being said, that they're looking to permanently trade? I mean, if they're looking to permanently trade, then I would say, yeah, Sammy Jay would make a lot of sense. That's an awful trade, though, isn't it? That's an awful trade. If I'm Adam Pearce and I've got A-Town Down Under who are gonna do my head in, right? If I'm Adam Pearce. And in response, I'm losing Sami Zayn and Jey Uso. I mean, I deserve to be fired. If I'm Adam Pearce, I deserve to be relieved of my duties. I'm bringing in A-Town Down Under, and I'm losing Sami Zayn and Jey Uso. That's going to be a hard sell, to be honest. I mean, I'm going to need Adam Pearce to be, like, really putting a fight up with that. I'm going to need Adam Pearce to be really fighting that one. So, yeah, I didn't catch, though, that it was a permanent trade. So, if that's what you're telling me, that's interesting. And maybe it does result in Jay and Sammy going over. I hope it doesn't, to be honest. I hope it doesn't. Because I would like to see Roman having to go over to Raw and having to plead with Sammy and Jay. And then, you know, the politics of, well, you're going to have to... Imagine Roman having to go to Adam Pearce to plead with Adam Pearce as well. Someone else that he has been... I mean, he really bullied Adam Pearce. I want to say, what, 2021? Do you remember the Thunderdome when Adam Pearce almost had a match with Roman? That's so long ago. That even feels long ago. But he was like really off with Adam Pearce. So, man, I said I would really love now for Roman to have to go around and like help people and apologize. I don't need him going around apologizing to everyone. I think the best way of apologizing is by doing something good for people. Could you imagine if like Kevin, I don't know, finds himself going for the World Heavyweight Championship and like he's up against Gunther and like Ludwig Kaiser is getting involved and Kevin needs some help. Like he's outnumbered and Roman's music hits and Roman comes down and he helps Kevin. I mean, if anyone deserves help from Roman, it's Kevin Owens because he got screwed probably more than anyone else. I mean, he faced Roman like several times at like Royal Rumble and in a ladder match and a couple of times at Rumble, actually. Do you remember when Sammy turned on Roman? That was Roman Kevin Owens. And when it was Last Man Standing and the whole handcuff debacle, that was Roman Kevin Owens. And we also had the ladder match as well. Like, he got screwed so many times, Kevin Owens, by the Bloodline and by Roman Reigns. Was never given a fair shout and a fair shake at trying to win that title. I love the idea of Roman helping Kevin achieve winning a world title. I think that would be a really cool moment. So I'd be down for that. I think him helping Seth would be really cool, what with their history. I think Seth is someone that maybe doesn't need an apology from Roman, quite like other people. I'd say Kevin is probably at the top of the list, but I like the idea of him helping Kevin. I don't think he should help Randy, because I think Randy should turn heel, and so I don't think Roman should help Randy. Randy's had enough success in his career, but Kevin hasn't had enough world titles. You know, for me, Kevin is someone that's lacking on that in that department. He deserves more world title opportunities. So I would definitely look to have Roman going around and not pleading and apologizing. I think you don't want him doing that. But I think the best way of apologizing is by him helping. And I think you could do some really cool stuff. So I think there's a lot of good stuff on the table there with Roman having to go. I mean, this is a guy that doesn't show up to work that much. Now he's having to not only show up on SmackDown, but pop up on Raw as well to try and get Sammy and get Jay and apologize to Adam Pearce and maybe help out Kevin Owens. And I would book it that way personally. I would be looking at doing that. We know that we're not going to get loads of Roman appearances. You're going to have to be very careful with what you do get. But I don't know. You could have him pre-record a load of stuff. There's nothing stopping him turning up and you recording a load of backstage segments. So he's actually not there each week, but it just feels like he is. Because he's, you know, it's just backstage segments being recorded. You could absolutely do that to make it feel like he's around more when he's actually not around more. Because his real contract is his real contract. Doesn't matter if he's face or if he's heel. He is contracted for, I don't know, 50 dates a year, whatever it might be, right? That doesn't change. If he's face, if he's heel, right? Doesn't make a difference. He's still contracted for so many dates a year. But there are ways you can make it feel like he's around more than he actually is. And so we could definitely, you know, the Raw stuff could be that a lot of weeks you just see him backstage, like, you know, talking with Adam Pearce or whatever. You could absolutely easily do that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't be, if we're trading, I actually don't think that looks like a fair trade. I also think that, I don't know, does it make it a bit too easy for Roman? Because you move Jay and Sammy over to SmackDown, they're going to run into Roman. Roman's going to win them over. It just seems a bit too straightforward. Seems a bit too easy. So I'm going to say that it makes sense, but I don't think it's the best way forward, actually. Because I think that it makes it a bit too simple and a bit too easy. And I want to see Roman having to do a bit of work here. He broke a lot of eggs whilst he was making his omelette, and it's time for a big cleanup. So I think that's what I'm looking for. So, yeah, oh man, so many talking points. So many talking points. Do we think we see Roman tonight, says Kyrie. Personally, I don't, buds. No, I don't think so. Between your channel and other channels, it was 1.1 million views covering, reviewing SummerSlam. It's great to see streamers thriving. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I never look, to be honest. I always just focus on what we do. So if there was like lots of people doing well out there, then that's obviously good news. Because it means there's people around, there's people that are interested, there's people that want to engage and join in with watch-alongs, so that's obviously good news. So, yeah, I mean, I think that this is definitely something which is, it lifts all boats, doesn't it? If WWE is doing well, which is why I want them to do well, I know that we moan at times and we point out little criticisms at times, but I've said before that all comes from a good place. You know, I think this is why, I actually think this is why people enjoy joining us, because they know that we're not a channel that's going to sit here and just tell you that everything is brilliant and just tell you that WWE is perfect and tell you that this just can't get any better and just tell you all of that's nonsense, right? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be honest, and I'm going to tell you I like this, didn't like this, I would have changed that. But it all comes from a great place. It all comes from a good place. And absolutely, we love WWE. I have done my whole life. And can't see that changing. And we are eating so good at the moment. I mean, yeah. I think when WWE is doing well, you know, obviously it brings in more people, which means that there's going to be more interest, and it's just really good, isn't it? It's just really positive. So, yeah, I'm pleased to hear that there's people that are interested in joining, like watch-alongs and whatever, and it's my goal to obviously make sure that we're continuing to grow our community and put on like the best streams that we can, and that's exactly what we're going to keep doing. Alkaline said, couldn't they do something on social media about Roman tweeting Kevin Owens about how, yeah, I like that. Yeah, I like that. You could absolutely do that. And he could even drop some of those kind of rock-like promos. I like that. I think the thing with Roman is he's a big family guy. Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of kids. His family comes first. And I think a lot of people criticize his reduced schedule. And I do understand why they criticize it. But I think if you can get yourself into that position, it's a hard thing to kind of criticize, in the sense of he's such a big star that he doesn't need to be there every week. And even now, I wouldn't have him there every week, because I do think the weeks that Roman is on the show, you get that, oh my God, guys, it's Roman on Friday. And it feels special, because it is special, because he's not there every week. And so you don't want to sacrifice that, right? You don't want to sacrifice that. So I'm saying do some backstage pre-records, whatever, so it feels like he's around a bit more. I'm certainly not saying do that every single week. I'm just saying just turn it up a little bit more, because one of the criticisms was that we weren't seeing that much of him when he was a heel. Now that he's a babyface, you do have to sort of address that criticism. You do have to kind of try and do something with that criticism. So I would just try and turn that dial up a bit. But I do think there's value in him not being there all the time. So I think that, yeah, anything you can do, like pre-records that you can drop in, or get him to just do some stuff at home. Like, you know, if he's got a spare half hour, just jump on and do a 5-minute like promo on social media, which is going to get like loads. I mean, look at The Rock. The Rock was going above and beyond, weren't he? Dropping all those massive promos. I mean, you can tell that The Rock loves it. He hasn't got much time himself because of movies, but if he's actually having a run, then he'll commit to it. And I think with Roman now coming back and being a babyface, he is going to have to do a little bit more of that kind of stuff. So I love that idea about social media, and maybe using that as a way of kind of reaching out to a few people. So yeah, I'm totally on board with all of that. I think there's a lot that you can dig your teeth into. I think how you book Roman going forward is a very, very interesting conversation. Probably makes for a really good opinion video, actually. I wouldn't be shocked if we did that this week. I wouldn't be shocked if that's what one of the opinion videos on the second channel is. Obviously, tonight we'll do opinions on Raw, and that'll be the opinion video, but how would you book Roman, I think is a really good topic. And this is the benefit of those opinion videos, is that we can dig into those kind of things and kind of have a little dabble with them during these streams. But because we can maybe move the conversation over there, it means that we're a bit more free now to kind of bounce onto a different subject. So it allows us to kind of dabble with it, but not go too deep. Whereas before we were doing like really deep dives during these streams, and that meant we weren't getting to as many people's questions and comments and theories. So I'm hoping that actually those opinion videos are going to maybe give us a bit more breathing room on the stream. So I think that's one we'll definitely end up doing. But can I get the badge and put it on from the shop that makes the shirts, do you think? You'd have to email them and see. I mean, I don't know how you would attach it. Aren't they normally sewn on? I don't think they're ironed on. So, like, you'd have to sew it. I mean, I wouldn't do that personally. If you've ordered something and it's arrived in a condition that you weren't happy with or wasn't as advertised, then you should be able to send it back and they should send you a replacement. I mean, all you got to do is drop them an email with a couple of pictures of how it arrived, and just say that you'll happily send this one back, but you need, what you ordered, basically. So it's a bit of a hassle, but I mean, it happens, doesn't it? Unfortunately. Who Dat Saints J said, my issue with Roman has been part-time was when he was the champion and he defended the title rarely. Now he's not the champion. Him being part-time, it doesn't seem as big of an issue now. That's a fair point. CLP Dub Wrestling said, what are the predictions for Bash in Berlin? We've done that on the second channel. So that was actually yesterday's video, like predicting the card. So it's on that second channel. The good thing as well about those opinion videos is I give my thoughts at the start. So I'm not trying to get you to watch the whole video because I'll tell you what I think at the end or anything. I put my thoughts right at the beginning. And then we go into the community's thoughts. So, I mean, for me, I would be looking at... I mean, I really want to move on Randy turning heel. I think that with Roman coming back, we're going to be now building up, like, Roman's bloodline. And I think the other bloodline, it doesn't make sense for them to pick fights with anyone else. Like, they have now got to be fully focused on Roman Reigns. Right? So they've got to be fully dialed into Roman Reigns. So I don't think it makes sense. A lot of people have said we should do Jacob versus Cody and stuff like that. I personally wouldn't go that way because for me, I think they need to be, you've got Roman's back. You've got maybe the biggest problem in all of professional wrestling that you've got to try and figure out here. And that is you need to put Roman down for good. And that is going to take all of them to figure out how to do that. So I don't think Jacob should be off trying to pick a fight with Cody at the moment. I think they need to figure out how do we stop Roman. So for me, I would be looking for Cody to move away from the bloodline. Some people said, how about Roman and Cody against Solo and Jacob? And I don't mind that. The belt's not on the line. And Roman and Cody as a team would be a great sight. That would be good. Is that a big enough main event, though, for... I mean, it feels big, doesn't it? But I don't know. I always find those matches where the title's not on the line to be a little bit of a... meaningless, you know? The problem with that match is that it looks good in regards to, Roman and Cody are teaming, but at the end of the day, what does it actually matter? Let's say Roman and Cody win. Does it change anything? No. If Solo and Jacob win, does it change anything? No. Doesn't change anything. What is actually achieved with that match? Nothing. It's just... It looks good, doesn't it? These two teams hate each other and just, it's fun to see Roman and Cody together. That, sort of feels like a match which you could argue is too big for SmackDown, but not big enough for a PLE. Or it is big enough for a PLE, but I wouldn't have it as the main event. Because it just doesn't mean anything unless you put a stipulation on where if this team wins, something happens, and if this team wins... If you did that, that would fix it. That would fix it. So you could go down that road. But, yeah, I don't know. I think you can tell I got mixed feelings on it, right? It's one that I would be fine with seeing, but I would also know that there would be a lot of people that would want a title match. But Bash in Berlin, you could do that tag match, and then the main event could be Gunther defending his title. So Roman Cody could be the opener, which would be a hell of an opener. If you can't close the show, the next best place to be on the card is to open the show. So Roman Cody against Bloodline opening Bash in Berlin would be... mind-blowing. And then your main event would be Gunther versus, I don't know, make it someone good. Jey Uso. Jey Uso's super over. I'd be looking at that. Some people have said Ilya, but I don't think Ilya's big enough. I don't think his star power is great enough yet. So I think you'd want to go with someone like Jey Uso more so. So Cody and Roman versus Jacob and Solo opening the show. Gunther, Jey Uso closing the show. Obviously, you're going to do something with Rhea and Liv. I mean, I don't know if you do Liv Dom versus Rhea and Damian. Perhaps you don't do Damian Finn for Bash in Berlin. If you do Damian Finn, then Rhea's going to need to find a new partner. And that will be a bit tricky. Jay would make the most sense, but if Jay is facing Gunther, then you can't do that. So you're going to have to find someone else. You got time to find someone. I mean, you could go Carlito, but I'm not sure that's the right way forwards. But you could find someone. That I don't think that would be too much of a problem. You've got enough time to start, like, you know, having someone check on Rhea, like, is everything okay? And then boom, that's it. They're added into that match. So that wouldn't be a problem. You just got to do a little bit of work in the build. So yeah, we're looking at stuff like that, in my opinion. I don't think we're looking at like Roman Solo. I think that is too big for Bash in Berlin. The streets are saying Roman Solo will be WrestleMania 41. We'll get Rock Cody and we'll get Roman Solo. And that could be what WrestleMania looks like. And obviously Bloodline at Survivor Series. So, yeah, we've got a few shows that we've got to get through till we get to, like, Bloodline. But, I mean, what I expect to see over these shows is Roman's Bloodline growing. And I think that will be a process. And as we said, I think that's the right way forward because there's a lot of good TV there. A lot of really great TV where he's got to go and reach out to Jey Uso and get him back in the folds. And you've got Jimmy and Jay embracing. And, I mean, there's a lot of really good stuff to get your teeth into there. So, yeah, exciting. But if you want more on Bash in Berlin and what should be booked, it's on Wrestling Daze Opinions. Metal Mama, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Says, hope you are well. Wyatt Sicks debut LFG. Yes, let's flipping go. It's very exciting. Very exciting. I am how long have we got? Oh man, we've already been live for like what, an hour? But about an hour. And we've got an hour and a half still to go. It's flying. I don't feel like we've even got going yet. I've not even finished my coffee. I've got halfway and it's cold now, so I'm gonna have to abandon that. But yeah, I just feel like there's just so much to talk about. I mean, we haven't even really touched on like Liv and Dom and all of that stuff. Who's next for Gunther and oh god. And of course, as you said, the Wyatt Sicks. Charles, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. And Anna Dawes, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Anna says, by the sound of it, it seems to be that I was one of only a few people who didn't enjoy SummerSlam. I thought it was too predictable and that nothing really happened that shocked me match-wise. Roman return was good, but all else was nah. Well, Dave Meltzer spoke about that. And I liked his point, to be honest. He said, if it was predictable, then it probably means it was like the right booking. If you can tell where they're going. I mean, sometimes swerving is obviously a great thing, but we've seen a lot of swerves that don't really make sense. And I think part of the problem is that so much gets spoken about now that it's really hard to swerve. I mean, if you've got a match and there's only going to be like two outcomes, both will have been discussed and both will have been considered. I mean, if Damien had retained, for example, would that have shocked people? Because I had a lot of people saying to me before, Damien could retain because we're going to go to Bash in Berlin and it makes more sense for Gunther to win there. So if Damien had won, I don't know that would have carried any shock value because like everyone or a lot of people would look at it and go, Bash in Berlin. They'll just do the rematch there and Gunther will win it there. So Gunther winning, I think, was the odds-on favourite. But had Damien have won, I don't know that would have made much difference. And then I look at, like, Liv Rhea, and it's like, well, you could have had Rhea winning. That would have been a bit of a shock thing, but I don't know. We know this is going to be a feud, so does it help if Rhea wins? And I'm like, no, it doesn't really. It makes more sense to dig the knife in, you know? And we didn't know if Dominik was going to cost Rhea and it be on purpose or cost Rhea accidentally. I think everyone thought Dominik will cost Rhea, right? And so you end up in that situation where, well, if we go that way, like, or we go that way, is either way a surprise? I think it's really difficult. I think you can swerve, but will the swerve actually make sense? And is it going to make for a better show, or are you just swerving for swerving's sake? So I got to agree with Dave. I mean, I think a lot of this was predictable, but I think it was good as well. It was done well, and it was the right call. It was the right direction to go, and it kind of sets us on a certain path that I think makes sense. But I do see the criticism, like, you know, you do want to be surprised at times. But I got to admit, I was surprised with CM Punk winning. Again, it wasn't a massive surprise because there was only, you know, there's only so many outcomes. It was either going to be that Drew won, Punk won, or it was going to be a draw. And all three options were on the table. I mean, Seth could have easily just said, this match is over, double DQ, which I thought was a very viable outcome, right? This match is over, double DQ, because I can't stand either of them, right? And there is no winner. And so we could have absolutely done that. But they ended up going with Drew, and it's like, okay, I didn't predict that. I thought they'd go with Punk, actually, because I thought Punk's been away for over 10 years. Let's give him a win, right? And we can absolutely have Drew attack Punk and continue the feuds, right? So I thought, yeah, let's go with that. But again, would it have made any difference? If Dominik had accidentally cost Rhea, would that have made a difference? If Damien had retained, because we're going to give it Gunther at Bash in Berlin, would that have made a difference? If Sammy had retained over Bron, I think that might have upset people more, because Sammy doesn't need that belt. Bron will have lost twice because he lost last time. And so, I don't know, it's a really hard one. I think it's a really hard one. I don't think, it doesn't feel like there was loads that you could have done. Doesn't feel like there was loads of directions that you could have gone, really. I just think that it was really solid. I think the matches delivered. I really enjoyed Liv Rhea. I really enjoyed Gunther Damien. I really enjoyed Nia Bailey. Honestly. I was so sad that didn't get a higher score from the community, but you know, it got what it got, and I really enjoyed it. I thought that Nia works so well as a monster, and she was like really chucking Bailey around, and then Bailey with that power bomb, and then spamming of the annihilators. I thought that looked good. Tiffany coming down trying to cash in was a bit exciting. Didn't know if she would succeed. I didn't think she would, because she only just got given the briefcase. So I didn't think she would. But you never know. I mean, again, like, could they have? Absolutely. They can do anything they want. So you never know. But yeah, there was so much about that they were quite close in the odds as well. So that one was a bit more, I'm not sure which way this goes. But yeah, it's difficult. I really enjoyed SummerSlam. I gave it 8.75. I don't think it was perfect. We've already documented the things that I would have changed. I really don't like that flipping bracelet. Them fighting over that bracelet. 3 grown men, grown wrestlers, fighting over a flipping bracelet that a fan gave CM Punk not that long ago. Not that long ago. And it's just got AJ and Larry on it. I mean, just go... AJ didn't make that. That's not made by AJ. Or Larry didn't make that. right? If Larry the dog had made it, then I'd be a bit more impressed. But it was a fan that just gave it to Punk a few weeks ago. Just make another. It's like, just make another. To see CM Punk come back, who's this badass that's choking people out backstage at AEW, right? Getting Jungle Boy Jack Perry in a flipping chokeholds and getting fired and all this kind of stuff, you know? The pipe bomb and seeing him bicker over a bracelet, just that ain't for me, brother. So that was disappointing, to be honest, that played such a large part. But, you know, I saw the Hook Tour girl, right? She was at SummerSlam. And I did have a bit of a moment where I was like, oh, yeah. You do have to cater for people like that. You know, I don't know her. I don't know if she's a wrestling fan. I'm presuming she isn't, right? I'm presuming she's not because, I don't know, she's 21. I've got to think she's probably out having fun. I can't imagine she's like us boomers, hanging around watching SmackDown and Raw, whatever, right? She's off out, guys. She's Hook 2-ing, isn't she? She's doing the old Hook tour. She ain't watching flipping NXT. So I was looking at it. I was like, yeah, she was there. And she probably didn't know much about wrestling, I'm presuming. And if that was the case, those kinds of moments, I think, are easy to understand. They're relatable. And they probably work well for casual fans, you know? Them arguing over a bracelet because it's got his wife and his dog's name on it. I think that's super easy to understand, innit? To us that have followed Punk's career, it looks flipping stupid. The guy was in UFC, right? But to casual fans, like, there's a story there that you can probably follow and go, yeah, I get this. I understand why he's upset. I understand why he just did what he did. And you do have to cater for those people, so yeah, it's a difficult one. I liked it. I do understand where you're coming from with the predictable thing, because it was. I mean, I only got one result wrong on my predictions, so that shows how predictable it was, right? But I would just counter it by saying, but is that a bad thing? Is that a bad thing? Because I just think we did go in the direction that we needed to. So I'm sorry to hear that it wasn't to your taste, Anna, because there was a lot of love for that show, and it's a shame that it didn't quite land for you, but that's the way it goes sometimes, isn't it? There's lots of things that people enjoy or have enjoyed that hasn't landed for me. We are, you know, quirky like that. We're quirky creatures like that, where the majority can be really into something and you just feel a bit on the outside going, I don't get this. I don't see it. I don't feel that way. So I've been there many times, and I'm sure I'll be there again. So Anna, shout out to you. I hope life's treating you well. JPville said, still waiting for the quintuple Canadian destroyer. Well, mate, it's a disgrace that you've waited this long, to be honest. It's a disgrace. You should have had that at SummerSlam. I was really expecting more out of Nia when it came to doing quintuple Canadian destroyers. So she let you down. I'm just going to get some water because I'm all dry. I've dried up. I don't know if a lot of you know, but right next to me, throughout every stream, I've got this. Look at this. Acknowledge me. So I got this massive. It's been there. It's every stream. It's here. It's right here. Could like move it in the background, couldn't I, really? But it's just over there. It's just as I came back from getting the water, I just walked past it. I was like, oh, I bet people don't even know that's there every single stream. Delwyn, shout out to you. Says Daze, during the press conference, Triple H hinted that he thinks if what I believe to be true is coming true, you ain't seen nothing yet. WFT? What? Flip the? What flip the? Is that Shakespeare? WFT. What flip thee? What flip thee? What flip thee is that mean? By the sounds of it, it's something huge is coming. Not now, but later in the year. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. It feels like... I mean, it feels huge in the sense of... Well, I don't know. I can give you my thoughts. My thoughts are two things. If it's a superstar, Stone Cold is going to have another run, right? He did say that he was interested in being at WrestleMania. Now, if he agrees to do a proper build, right, and we'll be at WrestleMania, and we're going to have Stone Cold, like, week after week in the build towards WrestleMania, that's about as big as it gets, isn't it? Stone Cold Steve Austin, one of the most recognizable names and wrestlers that wrestling has ever seen. Like, that would be absolutely massive. So, Stone Cold was something I thought, but I don't know how realistic that is, right? But then whatever this is, it's huge, right? We already know about John Cena. John Cena's going to be around all next year. So, I mean, it can't be anything Cena-related. I don't think Undertaker would be coming back. I don't think he'd be coming back. He may do, though. Who knows? Perhaps Undertaker fancies one more run. Perhaps he's really enjoying his break and he wants one last final match, like a proper retirement match. Because the Boneyard wasn't really a retirement match. Well, it wasn't billed as a retirement match. It was only when he drove off on the bike that we all went, do you reckon that's it? Do you reckon he's done? So, I don't know. Perhaps he is thinking one more. Maybe Undertaker? I don't think so. Stone Cold has said that he would be up for some at WrestleMania, so that one feels a bit more likely. The other thing, though, is we've been doing a lot of WCW stuff. There's a lot of shows that have been getting copyrighted, and WCW as a brand has been trademarked. If they were to relaunch that as its own brand and try and do something with WCW brand, imagine that. Imagine if they relaunch WCW. That's something that's been floated, isn't it? There was a rumor that did the rounds about how they might be looking to go back to WWF rather than WWE, but straight away that PWN, the people that predicted the women's mid-card belts, they came out and went, let's nip this in the buds. This is not a thing. This is a nothing burger, right? This ain't happening. So straight away they came out and went, no. So I don't put any stock into that. I don't think that's happening. People have come out and nipped that in the bud and gone, yeah, no, this ain't happening. It's funny, actually. The people that I saw reporting that, I've never heard of. They just said that they'd spoke to a stagehand. A stagehand said that WWE were exploring the possibility of going back to WWF. I don't know who that person was. I didn't even include it in Unseen because I didn't trust it. And then moments later, a source that I do trust came out and went, yeah, no. Yeah, this is a nothing burger. No. So to me, that I don't think it's that for that reason. So, but the WCW thing's interesting. Stone Cold's comments about WrestleMania next year are interesting. Undertaker is always around, is a possibility. We know we've got Cena. Outside of that, I don't know. I don't think it's going to be working with AEW or anything like that. What else could it be? Easily, they could do a show at the Sphere. I don't think that's that exciting. I'm trying to think of venues. You know, where could we go that would be exciting? The Sphere would be exciting, but UFC? are actually doing a show at the Sphere. That's the big one in Las Vegas that's got all the lights on the outside. And I don't know if you've seen the setup for that, but it's got the octagon on the stage. So all this, it's like a theater. So you've got all the seats on this side, and then you've got like a stage. So what they've done is they've put the octagon on the stage, and they've managed to get a few stands on the stage as well. I thought that it was just going to be the octagon on the stage and nothing else. But they have actually managed to get some seating on the stage as well. So at least it will feel like there are like people on each side, which I think is really good. Really good. But yeah, that's UFC that are running a show there not too far into the future. I've got to think that's a try. I would not be shocked to find out that WWE people will attend that to see what gets done. I mean, it's still TKO, isn't it? So I would not be shocked to find out that WWE people will attend to have a look, see kind of what works, what doesn't work, what lessons are learned, and then we run a show there next year. But that wouldn't strike me as, a big OMG thing. Like, it's a venue. UFC are going to run it. We could absolutely run it. Yeah. Don't know. Well, that would be a good video as well, to be honest. What do people think that could be? I think that might be another one we tackle Darwin, because I'd like some people's thoughts on that. So, Darwin, appreciate the support, my friends. Really do. Darwin, super, super supportive, as always. Anna as well, and everyone that's joining us. Edward says, Daze, what I mean is, can I take it to a shop that does logos for a random... I don't think so. I don't know where puts badges on. I don't know what shop you can go to. I'm not aware that like Sports Direct do that or JJB Sports do that. They haven't got like spare logos knocking around, you know. Plus, you shouldn't have to do that. That's not something you should have to do. So I would be, for me personally, I would be getting in touch with them and sending it back. How long do we think LA Knight's going to be champ for, says Ray. That's a good question, Ray. Hope you well. I think he has it a while. I think that we know that Triple H likes to book long title reigns, right? Rarely he does short ones if needed. There's not really a need to get that belt off LA Knight. I sadly can't see him get into a world title anytime soon because it's just so crowded. You know, I mean, if you look at Cody's belt, you've got The Rock who's circling around, who's a very good option for getting that belt off Cody, right? I think The Rock could be the person that does it, right? You've got Solo, obviously, circling around, who we knew wouldn't get it at SummerSlam, but as time goes by, we can't rule out that he'll get it, I don't know, next year after we've built him up for a year. Part of the problem with Solo right now is he just doesn't feel like a credible threat. But if you spend the next 12 months building him, we might be in a very different position this time next year. Jacob is probably a bit further down the pecking order, but I feel like the roster is walking towards world titles, whereas Jacob is running. I mean, not at the moment because he's in that walking boot, but he is someone that has made such an impact. Like, it would not shock me to find out that he, you know, in 6 months had kind of got ahead of LA Knight in the pecking order. I just think LA Knight is someone that they really like. I don't think they ever envisaged that he was going to be like a big draw for them. I think the reason that they called him up is because he's a veteran. He's a steady hand. If you need someone for a tag team, brilliant. He can talk. So promos, he can deliver. Match-wise, solid, right? I don't think his matches are necessarily mind-blowing, but his matches are solid. They're good. Fine. There's no complaints. Promos, good. Yeah. Knows how to work the crowds. I mean, these reactions, they weren't expected. The way that the crowd have took to him was not anticipated. That we saw him doing well in NXT, but it was nothing like this. It was nothing like this. The hype around LA Knight has just exploded and gone crazy since he was on the main roster. When he was in NWA, he was popular, and he was solid, and people liked him. And same when he was in NXT. Main roster has just been, I don't think you could have predicted it. So he finds himself in this situation where I think anything that he's achieving is really above and beyond what they expected. I don't even know they expected him to be a regular on pay-per-views, a United States champion. He's a guy that you might put in a tag team, maybe gets to the tag titles. But for him to have achieved everything he's achieved and to become the star that he's become, we're in uncharted territory. So it's hard to sit here and say that we see a world title in his immediate future, because I do think there are people in the pecking order that are ahead of him. I think that he, if this run goes well, will be in the mix. But whilst that's not on the table, or seemingly doesn't feel like it's on the table, you just keep going with the mid-card title, to be honest. So, yeah, I think he has it a long time. I would not be looking to take it off him this year. I think he gets through to 2025. Maybe loses it at WrestleMania. But, yeah, I think that he is someone that can carry this title, carry it well, have good matches, have good feuds. And, I reckon him against Shinsuke, stuff like that. If we have a look at who the heels are, him against Carmelo, they've had a little bit of a history, so we could definitely do that. You could even do some faces. People were saying, how about we give Andrade a go? Santos Escobar. These are the kind of names that I'd be expecting him to be facing, and should make for some really fun feuds, to be honest. So, yeah, I think for the reason that I don't see him getting to a world title anytime soon, for the reason that everything that he's achieving he's earned, right? He hasn't been given it, he's earned it. And the fact that people love him, and the fact he still gets great reactions, and the fact that Triple H loves long title reigns, I think means that all of it points towards a good, healthy title run. So my relationship with LA Knight is a complicated one, because I have watched quite a bit of him, actually. I've never watched TNA, but I did watch NWA, and I really liked him in NWA. And I was excited when he signed for NXT. And so when he signed for NXT, I enjoyed his work, right? And when he got called up and he was Max Dupree, I was like, nah, this is okay. They're bringing him in as Max, and I've no doubt that he'll become LA Knight, or he'll change. Like, this is just a vehicle for getting him onto the main roster. Now, I might have been right or wrong on that. I genuinely don't know, because obviously, he ends up coming out of that and becoming LA Knight, but I don't know if that was the plan, or if that was something to do with Triple H getting more involved. I don't know. I still feel confident that he would have eventually become LA Knight, right? And that Max Dupree wouldn't have been his future. But either way, I was still fine, okay, for that reason. And I was pleased to see him become LA Knight. But I think because I'd already watched so much of him, and I knew what he was about, when it started to kick off, it kind of felt like, I don't know, it felt like I wasn't on that bandwagon. Because for me, I'd seen him, and I knew his catchphrases, and I knew what he was about. And I think those people that maybe were discovering him or finding him for the first time, right? Those people were like, oh my God, I love this guy. And it just went crazy. And it's hard to kind of go crazy about something that you've already seen for, quite a while. It's hard to go crazy all of a sudden, just, I don't know, go along with it. Like, I found myself not quite so. With LA Knight, like, I've always had respect. I've always been on board. Like, I've always enjoyed his work. But I was never part of that kind of crazy crew, if you will, right? I kind of feel like all of that ran away from me. I don't know if it's just settled a little bit now or whatever. I mean, I still don't feel like crazy. When he comes out, I'm not like, jumping up and down, yaring. But I like him, and I want him to succeed. And I think he will succeed. And even if it does settle a little bit, the reactions he's getting, I don't think they have really. But even if they do, that's not a bad thing. Like, That's fine. It happens to everyone. And the fact that he's had such crowd support for so long is just, honestly, it's mind-blowing. So he has earned this. I've got a lot of respect for him. I really hope this title reign works. I love the fact, and I know a lot of people are going to disagree, but I love the fact we took our time. A lot of people will disagree and say we should have capitalized on last year, but I personally love the fact we didn't, because I feel like if we'd have done that, I feel like we're doing it because like the fans were like, oh, yeah, we love this guy, we want this guy, and we want it here, we want it now. Had you have done that, though, if you'd have done that, I think there's a chance that they might have not soured on him, but it might have felt a bit too quick and a bit too easy. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you get behind someone, all of a sudden they become, like, I don't know, world champion or something. Where do you go from there? Like, where do you go? Like, they've took the slow road with LA Knight, and him getting to the United States title, it's a mid-card title, right? It's not the biggest thing in the world, but it's been such a hard road that it really felt like an achievement. And so people, it's like, it feels genuinely satisfying that LA Knight has got his hands on that belt. But there are still levels for him to reach. There's still things for him to do. And I think had we have pulled this trigger last year, it might have just felt a bit too easy. It might have been here today, gone tomorrow. It might have felt like fast food. Whereas because we've took our time, I think it feels a lot more like a steak dinner. It feels a lot more satisfying, at least to me. I really was not campaigning or looking for him to become world champion. I thought him against, was it Roman, was like a bad match. I just thought it was way too soon, and it didn't feel like he stood a chance. And I think a lot of people felt that way, and like that just felt like not the right thing to do. But he was red hot. The people were desperate to see him win, and so we ended up doing the match. And I don't think it's one that really look back on with much, I don't know, reflection. It's not a match I'm going to ever look to revisit. But like, for me, we've gone about it the right way. So I know there's probably a lot of LA Knight fans out there that are frustrated, that would disagree and say, no, he was red hot last year. You strike whilst the iron is hot. My counter to that would be, well, listen, if the fans like this guy, they'll keep liking this guy. And, you know, the money is always in the chase. So if people like someone and you keep them interesting enough, right, they should continue to like them, and they should continue to want to see them succeed. And as long as you can stretch that out, the money will always be in the chase. I mean, it took Cody his whole life to finish his story. It's took Cody Rhodes, like, how old is he, 39? I mean, he got into wrestling when he was like, I don't know, 19, something like this. He was doing amateur wrestling as well. I mean, wrestling has literally been his life. And it's took him all that time to get to the WWE Championship. So I kind of feel like the money is in the chase. And the same with LA Knight. So I'm pleased he did it. I'm pleased about how we went about it. I thought it was a very satisfying moment, and the perfect guy to beat Logan. And I've got to say, Logan, for all his faults, is a great heel, because he's hated. And that hate might be genuine, but he's still hated. So seeing Logan lose is very satisfying. So, and that just helps LA Knight as well, doesn't it? So, yeah, so much to take away from all of that. I'm pleased that he got the job done, and I'm really hoping this will be a success. Dean, shout out to you. Says, so we know the who, but do we know the why of the characters for the Wyatt Sicks? For example, why is Dexter Mercy? Why is Joe Huskus? Do we know this? Well, there are theories in regards to what each of the puppets represents. So there are the titles of the journal. So if you look in the Nightbird campaign, we had Archive Recovered, and each of the titles related to, I think, what the puppets were about, right? So you had Hex, didn't you? Let me see if I can, because I know there was Hex and there was Prey. There was Truncheon, which was a bit strange. I can't remember the other one. Let me go to Archive Recovered. Let's whoosh over, shall we? Whoosh, do a bit of whooshing. Here's Archive Recovered. So, here they are. So, Hex. Oh, I hate the fact I can't point. I'm so used to doing that with Unseen, but my hand goes behind on these. I would change it, but it would look a bit weird if my hand all of a sudden just reached round. I think that would look a bit strange. Don't know. I don't know. So, anyway, we've got... you can't even see my cursor, can you? Well, if you see where that flashing one is, that's family, if we go up, they're just there. So Spark is one. I think that's Huskus. Prey is another, which I think was that. Which one was that? Was that Dexter? I can't remember which one. This one is Loyal. His family was not. The vultures picked at him until he was made anew. I see what he can become. I see. So we've got Hex, which is Nikki, and Hex, putting a hex on someone is like putting a spell on someone, so that's like a witch. Truncheon, this one brings me joy, so this one is Rowan. He already knows the way. We will behold his wrath, drown in his inflictions. So that one was Rowan. Spark, this one was Joe Gacy. This one was abandoned, left for dead, begged for approval, was beaten instead. I will show you how to be free. You're safe now. So, yeah, I think part of it, right? So there may be something in these titles, right? These four here. That was the Hex one. This one searched for a friend. She found none. So she stared into the abyss, hoping someone would glance back, and still no one cared. I will lead her out of darkness, but let her keep the darkness inside. So, these are the reasons as to why he recruited these people. So, I don't think he recruited them because he was looking for the perfect vessels for the puppets. I think he recruited them because they were the people that he felt he needed to save, right? So your starting point is a little bit different, right? You don't start with the puppets, you start with the people. So you bring in Nikki, you bring in Dexter, you bring in Gacy, you bring in Rowan, okay? And you've got your people. Then you look and you go, right, I want to bring the puppets to life, yeah? Now, of course, Nikki becomes Abby, right? Self-explanatory. And then you look at the other three and you try and figure out why you go that way. No disrespect to Joe Gacy, but he is, of the three, the smaller, rounder, more rotund person, right? He is the guy that I think most embodies Huskus of those three, right? So you go with him being Huskus. In regards to the other two, I think that then you're just left with Mercy and you're left with Ramblin' Rabbit. So, you know, who becomes Ramblin' Rabbit? Who becomes Mercy? You could look at stuff like the fact that Ramblin' Rabbit spoke a lot more than what Mercy did. You know, Ramblin' Rabbit spoke a lot. Mercy didn't really speak all that much. You could go with the fact that Ramblin' Rabbit had a little bit more of a callback to the kind of Wyatt family, because Mercy is actually Waylon Mercy. So he is the inspiration for Bray. But Ramblin' Rabbit is more about the Bray Wyatt family promos, right? So I would say that the one is based on inspiration, but the other one is based on the Wyatt family. So I would say that for a couple of reasons there, that might be why you want Ramblin' Rabbit to be Rowan, because of it being based on the Wyatt family, right? And then that just means you've got Mercy. And honestly, it fits quite well with Dexter. You know, Mercy never really said a great deal. He was always very serious whenever he was involved in something. And it kind of feels like Dexter fits that role quite well. So I don't know that I could say that they're perfect, because I always see Ramblin' Rabbit as being nervous, and I always see Ramblin' Rabbit as being a bit scared, you know, and a little bit jittery and always being bullied, and that's not really Rowan. That's not the vibe I've got of Rowan, but then that's not the vibe I've got of Dexter or Joe Gacy. So I don't think any of it's going to really fit and really satisfy, if you will, because we just don't have a person that's like that. We don't have a person that's like jittery and nervous. We could have, but you would be recruiting someone to be the puppet. You would have started with the puppets rather than starting with the people, and we haven't done that. We started with the people, which is why it just maybe doesn't feel like it fits perfectly in places. But this is why I think you start with the people and you go, right, who best embodies the puppets that we've got. And I can sort of see as to why they went the direction that they went. I like the fact that Ramblin' Rabbit is based on the promo style of the Wyatt family, is based on Bray's rambling promos, right, that he used to cut when the Wyatts were around, and that Ramblin' Rabbit is based on that. And so, of course, to have a member of the Wyatt family play that character, I think you can kind of go, yeah, okay, I get that. Makes sense. And as I said, I think Joe Gacy, unfortunately, is probably the one that most physically resembles Huskus. But not in a bad way. It's just, you know, he's always carried a little extra timber. He maybe could have been Ramblin' Rabbit, but I don't know. I mean, then you'd end up with Rowan as Huskus, wouldn't you? And would that make any sense? Rowan doesn't have any connection to Huskus. Huskus is based on Bray. I mean, you could even say that, like, Huskus is based on Husky Harris, of course, which was Bray's character before he found himself. And could you make the argument that Joe Gacy, who was down in NXT, hadn't yet found himself? He was still in the developmental system, and he was in Schism, but that fell apart. Then he was kind of lost. So could you make the argument that he hadn't really found himself yet? Could you make the argument that he was still at his Husky Harris stage? So could you make that argument? I think you probably could. I could make that argument. I'm not going to, but you could make that argument. I think, like, as we said, Mercy, very, very strong. As I said, he did speak, but he was never the most chatty. You know, it'd always be Ramblin' Rabbit and Huskus that had a lot more to say. And you'd just get, like, Abby clocking in with the odd thing and Mercy clocking in with the odd thing. He was the inspiration for Bray. And that's hard, isn't it? Because I don't really see how Dexter would kind of fit that role. But, yeah, those would be a few thoughts. And as we said, the reason as to why these people were recruited can be found in this. And these titles were always thought to be very interesting. Actually, these titles at one point were thought to potentially even be the names of these people. People did wonder if when Nikki arrived, if she would be known as Hex. I was never keen on it, honestly, on that idea. I don't mind Hex. I would have no problem calling Nikki Hex. But Truncheon or Prey, you know, Spark feels a little bit like Butch. You know, Spark. Here's Spark. Not keen on it. I can cope with it, but I'm not keen on it. But Prey. Some of these names feel a little bit like Retribution to me, and that's not a road we want to go down. So I was never massively sold on the idea of these being their names, but that was also floated. But the reason as to why these people were recruited, that's where you can find that information, and that is definitely the starting point. That is definite. You start with the people and then move on to the puppets. Paul said, Daze, could Wyatt Sicks feud with Final Testament next? Yep. James said, they are some dumbass retropooption names. So, Dean, excellent question. I love that. I think the answer in a short way is that there is no concrete theory as to why they were given the puppets they were given. But that would be my answer to it, is that I think you can sort of piece together reasons as to why, and there are links as to why. But the truth is that we recruited the people because of they were in need, rather than they would make a good Rambling Rabbit, they would make a good Mercy, they would make a good... We didn't recruit them that way. Thomas said, before Roman came back, I thought Bron Breakker would have done better on SmackDown to have become a star quicker. Now it feels like he's in the right spots. So you thought that Bron on SmackDown would have been better? Either, to be honest. I think that he was always someone that was going to come in and do what he did, which was be a quick, explosive, eye-catching, really grab attention, get people talking, Goldberg references, because that was kind of his style down in NXT as well, you know? He is a wrecking machine. He is a wrecking ball. He's someone that they're really high on. I do worry a little bit about his size. I mean, I just wish he was like, you know, that kind of 3 inches taller. I'm sure he wishes he was about 3 inches taller as well. I mean, it's not a drastic problem. He's just average. He strikes me as being quite average. I don't even know if Sammy was taller than him, you know. I mean, Sammy is not regarded as a big wrestler. So, you know, 6 inches, 3 inches, 6 inches, something like that. You just wish he had that little bit more about him. But I don't know. Gone are the days, I suppose, where that's like a barrier. Maybe if Vince was in charge, it would be a bit more of a barrier. But under Triple H, that I don't think is going to be a barrier. But I don't know. Will it be, from an optics point of view, something which maybe stops him being the face? If he was another 6 inches taller, say, I think we're looking at potentially the next maybe face of the company. Like, this is someone that is just eye-catching. Like, he grabs your attention. He's quick. He's athletic. I mean, he personifies athleticism. He's quick. He's explosive. He's exciting. No nonsense. People love no nonsense. You know, I don't find his matches to be the best, but historically, it doesn't matter. You don't need to be the best. It's not the best wrestler that becomes the biggest star. It's not about that, unfortunately. It's about, like, grabbing the audience's attention. It's about making the audience feel something, and I think Bron Breakker has that ability. And I think even if he's not quite there right now, I think he will get there. So I've got high hopes for him. How much he achieves, he's a definite world champion. No doubt about that whatsoever. He is a definite world champion. I mean, that is the laziest prediction, right? He'll definitely be world champion. How many times? I don't know. Will he be a multiple-time WrestleMania main eventer? I don't know. Will he be the next face of the company? I think unlikely. I think he'll be in the mix. I think when we're talking about the people that are going to be at the top, like in the next generation, I think Bron Breakker's one of the names. I still think Austin Theory can get there because he's still very young. Definitely Trick Williams. I'm just so excited about him. I would really struggle for him to not be at the very top. He's going all the way in my mind. Definite world champion, definite WrestleMania main eventer. He's got the size, he's got the look, he's got the presentation, his entrance music is the best right now. I flipping love it. He is just a star. He's super over. I mean, if you're super over in NXT, that's obviously really good. It's probably a really good sign that you're going to get super over on the main roster. If he gets super over on the main roster, I mean, he's just off. The sky's the limit. Again, lazy prediction. But I think Bron will be in that pack. He'll be in that mix. And but I can't say that he's the next John Cena. But yeah, he's in a great place. He's in a great place. And under Triple H, they see big things. That's the report, isn't it? They see big things for him. So him winning the IC title, not a big shock. He carries it for a bit now. He'll definitely be a world champion. He'll go on to be a world champion. And but how many times? I mean, at his age, he's still young. So at his age, I've got to think many times. Many times. And I've got to think that he'll main event WrestleMania maybe more than once and go on to have a fantastic career. But I don't know. Is he the next John Cena? I don't think so. Who knows if we get another like John Cena, though? Who knows? I think that we might be going into a bit of a period where we have like a real scramble and we have a lot of people that are like, you know, getting their opportunities. Because there just feels like there's loads of really good talent that's coming through. Feels like there's loads of great options. I don't know. I mean, I love Trick. I'm so into Trick. Trick, for me, would be my guy. If I was booking, I'd push him to the moon. But, yeah, I don't know, like, that I see that next Roman Reigns yet. I don't know that that's Bron Breakker. I feel like he's maybe one of the closest we've got to it. But I don't know that he's going to go and achieve what Roman Reigns has achieved. Roman Reigns is a generational talent, and that unfortunately gets thrown around very easily. You hear a lot about generational talents, and but generational talent is like there's one. You know, there's one in a generation. That's a generational talent. It gets a term that gets used a bit too much. To be perfectly honest, I love Trick, and I've stressed that, right? He might be that guy for me. He might be that guy. But I don't know. Outside of him, I don't know that I see that generational talent. You could make an argument for Gunther. I think he is someone very special. You don't see Gunthers coming along very often. As a heel, he may be. I mean, he's already world champion, and I think he'll go on to achieve that many, many more times. How old is Gunther, though? Let's have a little look. Gunther is 36. That's okay. Little older than you would like. I'd like him to be like 32, 33, 36, and actually almost 37. He'll be 37 on the 20th of August. So he'll be 37 soon. I always get worried once you hit like 40. I mean, 40 is fine. 41's fine. 42 is fine. But, I mean, at that point, you're close. I mean, you're at the end, really. Once you hit your early 40s, like, that's about it. You know, you start to find at that point people getting injuries that really rule them out for long periods of time. You know, once you get into your 40s, all of a sudden you start picking up injuries like ACL tears and whatever, and you're out for a year. I mean, look at Randy. People all point to Randy and say, well, Randy's still going, but Randy just missed about a year and a half because of injury. So, you know, these things unfortunately catch up. Wrestling is a hard game, and those bumps are real, and your body, you know, eventually starts breaking down. So 36, 37. I think Gunther will go on to have a few world title runs, but because of his age, I don't know that he's going to be able to go on to, like, you know, have a career like The Undertaker, you know, or something like that. You've got to be a lot younger when you hit the main roster if you want to achieve things of that level. The Ring General, shout out to you, talking of Gunther, says, will we see Ludwig introduce Gunther tonight? I would think so. I mean, he didn't do it the other day, did he? So I would think so. They're still together, aren't they? I mean, I'm not aware of there being an issue there. So, yeah, I was surprised we didn't see him. And I don't even know where Giovanni Vinci has gone. He's just absolutely vanished, isn't he? I don't know where Giovanni Vinci has disappeared to, but he's gone. He's disappeared. So I definitely would be interested in knowing about what's happening there, because I think a few people are waiting for him to come back. I think a few people thought he might end up costing Gunther. Obviously, we didn't go that way. But, yeah, he still could cost Gunther, couldn't he? He could still cost him his title in Berlin or something like this. I don't think he will. But I wonder what the plan is for Giovanni Vinci. Wayne, shout out to you, says, could TOC stand for only tribal chief? I don't think so, but I'm under the impression it's original tribal chief, and there's a couple of reasons for that. First one is that Wrestle Votes actually put a post out a few days ago saying that one of the creative ideas for Roman was around original tribal chief, about him being the original tribal chief. That tweet is, I remember looking at it and thinking, well, I would expect them to argue about who's the tribal chief. Like, I didn't really take much from it because I thought, well, yeah, I sort of expect that. I sort of expect Roman to come back and claim that he is the original or the whatever tribal chief, and for him to argue with Solo about that, right? So at the time, I was like, that doesn't really feel like news to me, that he's going to come back and argue about the tribal chief, right? But what was funny was, what I didn't expect was for Roman to return with OTC written on his shirt, right? And as soon as I saw that, I think even during my reaction, I said, is that original tribal chief? And the only reason I knew that was because of the WrestleVotes tweet that I'd seen. What I was saying in that moment is, does that stand for the original tribal chief, basically, that WrestleVotes had put out, right? So that original tribal chief wasn't a guess. There is a bit of a bit of news that was connected to it. So that's why when I first saw it, that's where my head went. But apparently on the WWE shop, they, in the description, have got original tribal chief written as well. I don't think anywhere yet it has been 100% confirmed that that is what it stands for, right? So I can't sit here and go, no, it's definitely original tribal chief. I'm of the opinion it's original tribal chief because of the WrestleVotes tweet. And if you look in the description of the shirt on WWE shop, they've got it listed as original tribal chief. So for those reasons, I'm leaning that way. But they could pull a swerve, couldn't they? They could decide, actually, we prefer only tribal chief, and then they could end up with going with that. So until we actually hear it confirmed and said, what it is, then which again, a little bit strange that they didn't do that. That I would argue that's another thing that was maybe a little bit off. Like, if you're gonna go with OTC, right, on a brand new shirt, why was that not on the graphics? Why didn't OTC come up on the graphics with maybe original tribal chief written under each of the letters? You could have had OTC, original tribal chief, right? There would have been no doubt then. Everyone would have known. It would have been his new graphics. When I saw head of the table, I said, honestly, it didn't feel like it worked or fitted. It was good because it confirmed who it was. So as soon as you see head of the table, you go, Roman, right? And of course, the music sounded like Roman. Apparently, we had heard it at WrestleMania 40. I don't remember that. But then I normally have to have the sound down anyway. I do think it would have been better if we'd have used his normal theme. And I do think it would have been better if we'd have not gone with head of the table. I think head of the table is a little bit... I don't like the saying. I much prefer tribal chief because I think that has some meaning. Head of the table, a little bit of arrogance. The thing with tribal chief is that each tribe has a chief, right? So you can kind of understand that there's not an arrogance to that. It's more of a, it's part of the establishment, if you will. So that's what they do, right? You know, their family has a leader. They have a tribal chief. So it's not an arrogant thing. It's like, I am that person, right? But head of the table, That one feels a little bit more arrogant to me. So it's just a little nitpicky thing. But listen, I loved his return. I loved it. But are there things I would have changed about it if I was booking it? 100%. I would have had Heyman out before. I would have had his normal music, not whatever that remix thing was. I would have dropped the head of the table graphic. I would have had OTC, and I would have told you what it meant, because I don't think it makes much sense people questioning now. Like, everyone's wondering, like, is it original? Is it only? Like, is it our tribal chief? Is it only like, I don't know why, like, you don't just tell people. Like, I don't know why it wasn't on the graphic. So I think, yeah, there was a few bits I definitely would have changed, but none of that affected the moment when he punches Solo in the face. You know? No, none of that mattered in that moment, right? When he first comes down, like, maybe my reaction would have been a bit bigger when the music first hits. Because actually, if you look at my reaction, right, I'm sort of like, oh, okay, here he comes. It's happening. Because to be honest, I think we all knew there was a real possibility Roman was going to be coming out, right? Everything was teed up for it. So I wasn't massively shocked. It was more it's happening kind of a moment, you know, more than oh my God, I didn't expect this. Like, it wasn't that moment. It was more it's happening kind of a moment. So my reaction is much bigger. I couldn't even remember my reaction until I went back and obviously pulled it out for TikTok and whatever. And my reaction. But my reaction was much bigger for the moment that Solo gets punched in the face, because that I just thought was so good. The way that he like starts like running down, gets in the ring, and he's kind of heading towards Cody. I didn't think he would go for Cody, but the way it was done was like, I don't know, man, just seeing him Superman punch Solo for me was even bigger than the moment that his return. Everyone focuses on the moment that his music hits, but for me the bigger moment was the moment he punches Solo in the face. So yeah, so good. I did miss Heyman in that moment though. I did miss Heyman in that moment. Daniel, shout out to you. Dr. Lucha Lala said OTC is order the cheesecake. Oh God, I wish. Oh, I love a bit of cheesecake. I might have my own that says that and have a little cheesecake in the background. Love it. Nita Nitro said, did you see Sam Roberts discussing when Liv returned that her gear was inspired by Dirty Christina Aguilera? It was signposted all along. Mind blown, says Nita Nitro. I don't know, to be honest. I know that gear has been used before for Dirty, because I remember on an Unseen where we've had a picture of someone in gear that was the same as Christina Aguilera from that video, but I couldn't tell you if it was Liv. I couldn't tell you if it was when she returned. I'd have to go back and look at Unseen. But I do remember doing a piece where someone had put the picture of Christina Aguilera and then we had the wrestler in the gear next to them, and it might have been Liv. But I honestly, I can't remember. So I like Sam. I don't watch his show, unfortunately. I would, though. I would. I probably should just pop it on in the background. But I think with Sam, he tends to react like we react, in the sense of, I don't know. I like listening to people that can kind of maybe give you a bit more inside. It's a shame because he could give us loads of inside information because he works for WWE. But I'm not aware that he does, because obviously you can't really, can you? Not if you're working for them. You kind of have to leave first and then you can start revealing stuff. It's kind of like Bruce Pritchard has got his podcast, but he doesn't really talk about the current stuff now, because he's working for them. I tell you who's been really good to listen to in that regard. I don't know if you've seen his thing, Matt Camp. You know, the guy that used to be on The Bump? He's actually got his own channel now where he does videos and stuff. and he's now talking a lot more openly and freely. And I've got to tell you, it's so interesting because he is talking about things like how frustrating it could be seeing stuff that you know was like not great and having to try and find a way of being positive about it on the bump and whatever. And that's his job, right? No shade on him for that. I mean, that's the job, in it, that they're paying you to present and talk about their show. And so you're going to have to talk about things that you like, and you're going to have to talk about things that you don't like. Like, I'm sure there's things about WWE that you don't like. There's certainly things about it I don't like. So if we worked on the bump, we would be in the same situation. We would have to talk about those things and try and find positives to talk about, right? But it's so interesting listening to him talking about the fact that there's stuff that goes on that's frustrating. There's things that you can see that are kind of happening behind the scenes that, don't seem quite right. And some of the stuff he's been talking about has been really, really interesting. So I would definitely recommend checking out some of his videos if you want some of that. And I think Sam will be like that as well, right? Because these aren't stupid people, right? These aren't people that love everything. They might come across that way, but they are people. Like you, they have frustrations, they have bad days, they have things they like. And if you have things you like, there's a chance that there's things you don't like as well, right? And so you're not going to get the truth really until people go, because you can't criticize the company that pays you. You can't bite the hand that feeds you. But Matt, since he's sadly lost his job, has come out and done his channel, and I recommend it. He is someone that I have enjoyed watching a few of his videos. So I like his setup as well. He kind of feels like, let me tell you about this, and then he'll go into like a bit of a story. It's good. And if Sam ever leaves, I think he'll be the same. I told a story about Sam once, and I'll tell it again. It's only very short, but there was a list that came out many years ago, which was about the most viewed wrestling YouTube channels, and we were very fortunate that we were on that list, right? Because the Toy Hunts had obviously done very well. I don't think we'd been streaming or live stream. I think this was around 2018, so we probably had just started, right? But this was many years ago now. I don't even think we'd be on that list anymore, right? But we was in the top 50 most watched wrestling YouTube channels, right? Ranked by total views. And I seem to recall at the time the channel was on about 50 million views. It's about 125 now, right? So that's how long ago it was. And I remember, because I don't think people really think when they are tweeting, right? I think people, I've told this story before, when people are tweeting, I think they can say stuff that they don't really mean, right? But, so what someone did was they got in touch with me and they were like, Daze, you've managed to get above, like, more views than the brilliant, like, Sam Roberts. Like, that's amazing, right? Well done, keep going. And they tagged me and they tagged Sam Roberts, right? And you read that and you sort of cringe, to be honest. I cringed because I read it and I didn't read the compliment. I read the fact that, like, you're basically saying you're doing better than this person, right? And you've tagged that person in it as well. And I don't think people think about that sometimes when they're tweeting. Like, these content creators are real people, right? And so I looked at that and I was like, oh man, that's not good. That's not good. I think I replied to it something like, thanks for the kind words. It's an honor to be mentioned along with Sam, or something like that, right? Because I thought, let's try and put a plaster on this if we can a little bit, right? So I went with something like that. Sam actually got in touch, right? And he responded and he was like, congrats, brilliant job, keep up the great work. It was just something so lovely from Sam Roberts. He could have totally ignored that. He could have totally ignored that exchange. He could have read that and gone, that's a bit moody, or like, I didn't need that in my notifications. But he didn't. He actually replied with a, congrats. Like, he was really positive, really nice. And I was like, oh my God, like that's really showing how classy the guy is. That is I think that's classy. And I remember looking at that going, that is really classy. I was really impressed with his response there. And really from then, I've always had just the utmost respect for Sam Roberts. So I wish him absolutely nothing but the best. And he is someone that I should listen to more. The only reason I don't is because I don't think I'm going to get much from it in regards to, I think it's going to be a little bit of a kind of what we do, if you know what I mean. I don't think he's going to be able to give me any kind of insight. I can get that from a few other places, like Matt, as we just said. But yeah, if Sam ever leaves WWE, he'll be one of the first people I go to, because I'm sure he's got many, many stories. And he seems like a genuinely lovely guy. Chris, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. I hope you are well. How long have we got? We got 27 minutes. Look at us boomers chatting away about this and that, and we've got one of the biggest Raws of the year coming up. And we need to be focused. We need to be dialed in. We need to be ready. We've got everything set up. Let's flip and go. Days after SummerSlam performance, Jelly Roll is now the favorite to dethrone Cody. Let's go. Young Jojo Production said, Days, can you read my tweet? What was your tweet? Is it under Young Jojo Productions? Did you recently send it? Because I may struggle to locate it. Let me show you what I'm looking at, rather than me just sitting here and whatever. Geezer says, have you seen this yet? Nope. And it's on YouTube, so I can't play it. There, TJF has found the pictures of Liv and Christina. I honestly cannot remember. That is what I remember doing in an unseen. A picture of Christina on the one side and then a wrestler wearing the same gear on the other. Whether that was Liv or someone else has done it, I genuinely can't remember. But there you go. Anyway, so correct by Nita Nitro. Tonight's Raw feels a little different. Wyatt's in the main event while Liv from Baltimore. Finn Balor presents the new Judgment Day. We also get treated to some A-Town Down Under, and apparently we might be seeing Odyssey Jones. Right, lovely. I don't know what I'm looking for, Young Jojo. This is where, like, I just get sent, like, lots of stuff. That's the Wrestle Votes thing. Head of the table. This and so much more is official. I don't know, but I don't know. These are things which I'm going to have to go through. This is, once we're done with... the stream, this is what I go through, and this is before Raw has even started, so there'll be a 3-hour Raw worth of stuff that drops on top of all of this. So yeah, I haven't seen it, to be honest, but you've just resent it. I've just seen here. I brought Wyatt Sicks merch, 2 shirts. Can't wait to wear them. Should I get the mask or wait until Howdy's 2024 replica? Well done on getting the shirts. I'm sure you used the link in the description, of course. And waiting for the mask? I don't know, to be honest. Is it not the same thing, but just kind of cut? I mean, you don't really want to buy it and cut it yourself. I would say, I don't know. I mean, how much are they going to be? Maybe get both. I mean, you could get the OG one because it's kind of fun to have the OG one. That's the one that Bray wore when he came back at Extreme Rules. And then just keep putting a bit of money aside. I mean, I don't think it'll be that much. So, you know, if you keep putting a bit of money aside, by the time they do release the 2024 one, you should be able to get that as well. I mean, again, you're probably looking at, what, $30? I mean, I'm probably out. I'm a boomer. There might be like 60 these days. I genuinely don't know. So only you'll be able to decide whether getting both is an option. But, yeah, I would look to get both if possible. Because I think even though, like, it is just the mask cut. I mean, you could just buy two and then cut the other, but you are right. You might want to just wait for the official new one, because I'm sure they'll do that. They'll release the new one. Listen, they love merch. If they can make merch of anything, they'll make merch of it. So I'm sure there's plenty of Wyatt Sicks merch that will be on the way. Thomas said, do you think that Gunther is as relevant without a title? Yes. I think Gunther doesn't need a title. Gunther is a wrestler that has the ability to put on great matches. So you can have a Gunther match on a PLE cards, and it's going to bang. It's going to grab your attention. It's going to score well, right, from the community. I mean, I love Gunther. I don't think I was really like bigging him up or bigging up the match or anything like crazy. I was watching it. I was enjoying it. And then when we got to the scores, it scored so well. Granted, some of that is probably because of Finn. Right? It has to be said, outside interference and something of that magnitude is always going to affect the score. Would it have been drastically lower if Finn hadn't have been involved? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. There's probably a good chance it would have been. But even so, you know, I still feel confident that Gunther's going to always give you a match that's going to be there or thereabouts when it's like time to talk about the match of the night, because that's just historically what he's done. That's just he knows wrestling. He gets it. He understands it. He's done it like year after year after year, promotion after promotion after promotion. You put him in NXT UK, he gives you probably the best match in NXT UK history, him against Ilya Dragunov. You put him in NXT, you do the rematch with Dragunov. I don't know that that's the best match in NXT history, but I think you talk about it. It definitely gets mentioned. His match with Tommaso Ciampa as well, definitely in the conversation. He has a few matches in NXT where you would want to mention them if you're talking about some of the best matches. And, you know, he's had some bangers on the main roster as well. Like, it's just a machine. So, for me, he doesn't need... I think he needed the world title. If he had never won it, that would have been a disgrace. But for me, Gunther is someone that if you put him in a red-hot feuds, if you actually give him a good storyline, it doesn't matter if it's for a belt or not. He's gonna deliver, because he'll always deliver in ring. And his promos are not bad. I mean, they're not anything that's, you know, going to have loads of kill shots in, because that's not his style. He's someone, though, that will get on a table and talk to the audience, and he revels being a heel. He understands how to be a heel. Like, he's a very good heel, and he revels in it. I mean, you could try him as a babyface, but I just don't think there's any need. He just gets being a heel. So, yeah, I don't worry about him not having a title. I just think he's a great professional wrestler, and he's someone that... I suppose the judgment is, you know, would you pay money to go and see him? And my answer would be absolutely yes. Absolutely. If I was to buy a ticket to go to WWE, you know, what am I buying a ticket for? What is it that I'm hoping to see? Who am I going to see? Well, one of those answers would be Gunther. That he is one of my absolute favorites, because I've really learned since doing this channel what it is that I enjoy, because I think since doing the channel, I've sort of analysed that a lot more. Before the channel, I used to watch and talk about wrestling, and used to talk to friends about things I liked and things I didn't like, but I don't know that I ever really dug into like the detail that I do now, you know? And I know that what I like now is I like matches that have got that kind of realism to them. I like matches not that go so far where you've got loads of blood all the time, like Jon Moxley. That to me is too far, too often. I don't mind bloods, but it should be special. It should be when needed. And so for me, Moxley takes that too far. But I don't mind a bit of blood when it is required. When people are throwing in shots, I like it to look like they're throwing in shots. I like, you know, as I've said before, when they're doing all these gymnastic moves, that's fine, but that's not the bit that I'm like massively caring about. It's the impact at the end of it that I like. I want to see a clothesline that looks like it's trying to take the other person's head off. You know, I want to see missile drop kicks into the corner that look vicious. I remember singing a lot of praises for Thunder Rosa, actually, because when she was in NWA, she was doing exactly that. You know, her missile drop kicks into the corner were just amazing. Like, it really looked like she was trying to stomp out her opponent's heart. She was trying to kick her opponent's heart out of their chests. And she was really laying it in. You know, like power bombs that have got real snap to them. I want to feel like I'm watching. I will take less wrestling, but as long as it is of a higher quality. Like, I don't need 20 odd matches every show. I'll take less matches as long as the matches I get make me feel like I am watching something of significance. I don't want to just watch something for the sake of watching it. I want to watch something that feels like it matters. And that, to me, is the secret sauce of Gunther. Gunther's matches feel like you need to watch them. They feel like they matter. They feel like they have consequence. They feel brutal, mainly because they are brutal. Those chops and the marks on the bodies after, like, that's not makeup. And you could argue, you know, that maybe goes too far, and that, you know, how red raw people's chests are, like, that's too much. This is meant to be wrestling. It's not meant to be like that. But I don't know. I want to feel like I'm watching something real. I want to feel like, when I was a kid, I thought this was real. So, you know, those kind of moments where someone does a load of flips, but the end result is soft, it's wispy. Do you know what I mean? It just, you can see through it. It doesn't look like it even connected. That, to me, ruins that whole sequence. That, to me, like, okay, cool. It's great. You know, I mean, like, I don't know. That's just not my style. That's just not what I'm into. I know what I like, and Gunther just delivers that in spades, as does Ilya Dragunov, as does Bron Breakker. I think does a good job. A little bit sloppy at the weekends, but, you know, maybe a bit of nerves, maybe still getting, like, settled into the groove. I don't think he's been in, I mean, he did a lot of football, didn't he? So I don't think he's actually been in wrestling all that long. I mean, he's not a guy that's come from the indies. Yeah, he's a Steiner and he's grown up with wrestling, but I don't know, doing it week in, week out, I think that's relatively new to him, to be honest. So, no, I can't say that, like, Gunther, to me, is someone that needs a title, or, like, the title makes Gunther. I mean, I sort of feel like we're doing Gunther dirty then, because he's so much better than that. So, not for me. Maybe for others, but not for me. Lonely Road, shout out to you, my friend. And Lonely Road said, I had a fun Saturday at SummerSlam. Oh, you were there. Wow. What an experience. Had a busy weekend helping a friend move as well. And now we've got the Wyatt Sicks tonight. Yeah, it's so exciting. There's, you know, it's so great to watch a show and to see so many people that are so excited for it. And the reason why I say that is because we've been doing live streams since 2018. So it might not sound like it's that long, but it is 6 years now, right? And 6 years is quite a long time, right? We would have done it since 2016, but it wasn't possible. I had another job. I was down in Southampton. I had neighbors that lived quite close because it was an apartment block, and live streaming just wasn't an option for me at that time. But since 2018, we've been able to do it, and we've been doing it ever since. We've been through some bad times during that time. Not on the channel, you know, we always try to have fun, but it can be difficult to have fun if the shows are flat, they don't matter, the matches are boring, the feuds, no, you just don't care about them. You know, if you've got something like Baron Corbin against Apollo Crews, and neither guy has been built up very well, and no one's really invested in the feuds, and then you've got maybe a rematch that you're seeing for the 7th time, And do you know what I mean? Like, it's just, there might be the odd thing on the show that you've gone, okay, yeah, that was good. But the rest of it was very skippable. Like, we've been through those shows. We've been through those times. Like, 2019 was not a brilliant time in WWE. I'd argue 2020 was even worse with the pandemic and not even having a crowd. So you didn't even get, like, the reactions apart from the fake noise that they were piping in. You couldn't do, like, big spots because of COVID and COVID restrictions. There was a lot of legends that obviously didn't want to be around, and you have to be careful. Obviously, with older people, you got to be careful as well. So, you know, there was a lot of stuff that was missing during the pandemic. 2019, 2020, I think 2021 was starting to find our feet again. I feel like 2022, certainly, where we're getting Triple H starting to take over creative. I mean, 2022, that's where Triple H takes over. And I really feel like that is the moment. I feel like you could kind of argue that from 2019 through to like SummerSlam of 2022, WWE was really in a bit of a slump. Sometimes their own fault, sometimes not. And you can certainly find some good stuff in there. We're not saying it was all a disaster, but by and large, you compare what we've had these last 2 years, to the 2 years before, it's night and day. It's absolutely night and day. You compare, you know, 2022 to 2024 to 2020 to 2022. It's unimaginably different. So it is so nice to genuinely be sat here on the verge of a Raw that so many people are looking forward to for so many different reasons. Coming off a SummerSlam that was so widely well received, knowing that there are massive things coming up in the future, with Roman being back now, with the Wyatt Sicks tonight about to get started. I mean, there's so much excitement, and it's so deserved as well. I mean, they have really done such a great job of setting the table, you know, of actually laying all of this out and getting us like to where we are. There's a lot of work that's gone into this. This is not, they haven't just stumbled into this position. There's a lot of work that's gone on in building people, building stories, teasing returns, the arrival of the Wyatt Sicks, think of the work that went into Nightbirds. I was thinking about that the other day. The amount of work they did for Nightbird it's unfathomable. All of those QR codes, and those QR codes, they weren't just, here's a picture. Like, it all had depth and meaning and hidden messages and like different ways of decoding, and you had to keep reinventing different things because like you can't just do the same thing all the time. You know, sometimes there was word puzzles, sometimes there was video clips. I mean, that one where you took the sound file, put it into whatever that thing was, and then it delivered a picture is one of the most mental things I've ever seen. I didn't even know that was possible. I mean, even saying it now sounds mental. You get an audio file, you put it into some software, and it shows you the sound wave of that file, which somehow made an image. And wasn't the image like of the Fiend or something? It's like, it was mental. The work that went in is mental. And that's just a glimpse. That was something that was a side quest. That wasn't even a main. That was a side quest. That was just if you could be bothered to scan the QR codes. That wasn't even something that was really integral to Raw, was it? That was just a flipping side mission. So, it's mental. But it's so exciting that we are where we are, so... Yeah, Lonely Road, I'm glad you had a great time at SummerSlam, my friend, and I really hope you enjoy tonight. I hope we all enjoy tonight, and I'm sure we will all enjoy tonight. Thomas said, I keep trying to convince my friends that Gunther is more than just an in-ring talent. He single-handedly turned Damian face, calling him street trash. Yeah, I think he is someone that is a real throwback. He's someone that I don't think he is just another wrestler, because I think that he is really someone that carries the history of wrestling with him. He is someone that doesn't want to engage in certain nonsense. He is someone that knows what he likes as well. I mean, he has actually come out and, you know, I think he is telling the truth here. He's come out and said, Wyatt Sicks is not to my taste. That is not my flavor that I look for, right? Which is him being honest in saying that ain't what I want in wrestling. And that might make you hate him even more, and he ain't going to care about that, right? I don't know that he said it to get heat. He may have said it because he was being honest, right? I think that he is someone that likes to carry the prestige of what wrestling was and what wrestling represents. And that is really two people battling to figure out who is the best. And it really is as simple as that. At its core, that is what wrestling is, and that is what wrestling will always be. It's two people, be them good, be them bad, whatever, right? Be them big, be them small, but it's two people battling to figure out who is the better of the two. And, you know, of course, you jazz it up with entrance music, and you jazz it up with different moves, and you jazz it up with storylines, and you jazz it up with outside interference and ring attire and, you know, whatever else you can think of. But at its core, that is what it's about. It's about two people battling to try and figure out who the best is. And I think Gunther just really, more so than anyone else, strips it back to that. And really just focuses on that, and he focuses not on the sizzle. He doesn't worry about his entrance. You know, he ain't coming down doing a pose in the ring, right? He is someone that has got very plain attire. He's got an entrance jacket. He just comes down to the ring, and you really get the feeling that he doesn't spend long thinking about his presentation. He doesn't spend long thinking about the sizzle, right? For him, he focuses his time on the steak. And he focuses his time on the storytelling during the match. You know, the targeting of something, the working on a limb, the reacting to the crowds, making sure they're still involved, like trying his best to deliver the best match he possibly can. And that might sound like something that all wrestlers do, but I really don't believe it is. I really believe there's a lot of wrestlers, and they might not even be wrong for this, but I think there's a lot of wrestlers that really focus on the sizzle. And I think they really focus on how do I, like, you know, present, what kind of pose do I need in the entranceway? What pose do I need when I get in the ring? Like, what music do I need? Do I need smoke? Do I need lasers? Do I need pyro? What entrance gear do I need? There's people that change their ring gear every time they wrestle, right? Gunther doesn't. That's not of any interest to him. He is old school. He is throwback. He is all about when that bell rings. That is his full focus there. That is his full focus. So you can sort of understand why the Wyatt Sicks would not be to his liking. Because, you know, this is people running around in masks, doing backstage attacks and, you know, smoke and mirrors and VHS tapes being delivered and, you know, all that stuff. You can sort of get it. That's not him. He is, put me in the ring, put someone in the ring with me, ring the bell, and I'll show you what I can do. He's about when that bell rings. I got a lot of respect for that. I think he's wrong about the Wyatt Sicks. I mean, I love the Wyatt Sicks, but I got so much respect for what he brings to the table. And I really don't know how many people think that way in wrestling. I don't know how many people are that focused on when the bell rings. I think we can all name wrestlers where their whole gimmick falls apart when the bell rings. You know, when the bell rings is actually a problem for a few wrestlers because they focus on everything else. But when it comes to when it's time for the actual match, they just can't really deliver anything. They haven't got anything. But Gunther's the exact opposite. So yeah, I love him. I love him. He's a throwback. He's someone that's not to everybody's taste. But all I can do is express why he resonates with me. 13 Big Swag said, what are the thoughts on Alexa and Charlotte returns? Yeah, well, they're both going to come back. I don't know that they're tonight. Alexa, I've got a concern about because there's been no teases of her coming into the group. She doesn't need a tease per se, right? I mean, it's not like she absolutely needs to be teased. But I just think if I was bringing her in, I would. It seems like a no-brainer, really. If you think how big we went with the Wyatt Sicks, it would just make total sense that you would do something similar for Alexa coming in, right? So I sort of feel like there should be a mystery person. There should be someone in the background. It should be, you know, could you imagine someone doing an interview and you've just got some woman with her head down just in the back? I mean, we would freak out about that. You lot would freak out about that. I would be getting so many tweets about that. Like, did you see in the background? Like, that is what wrestling fans love. That's what modern wrestling fans love. And they're not wrong to love it because it is exciting. Those Easter eggs, those little things in the background, that is a massive part of modern wrestling. I can't say it was back in the day, but it's a big part of modern wrestling. So it would just feel to me like we're leaving a lot of opportunity on the table if we don't do something like that. If we just, here she is, you know, that would be weird to me. It would not be very Wyatt Sicks. So I don't know if we're going to start doing that and she comes a little further down the road, or if we bring her back and she's not in the group and then we, you know, use TV time to bring her into the group. I think the option that I'm expecting least is that she just shows up tonight and she's in the Wyatt Sicks. That's the option I'm expecting the least. So that doesn't really leave us in a good place for her returning tonight, to be honest. And Charlotte, I wouldn't expect her tonight because I think she goes on to the same show as Andrade, her husband, because they keep couples together. You know, Becky is on the same show as Seth. Bianca is on the same show as Montez. And it makes sense to have Charlotte on the same show as Andrade. You don't want to put them on different shows. They're doing like different schedules, stuff like that. So I don't know. I'm struggling with either of those at the moment. I think Alexa, you could start teasing her return. We may get that, but I'm struggling to see her be on the actual show. Delwyn, shout out to you, my friend. Delwyn, again, so generous. Delwyn is honestly single-handedly keeping the lights on. Delwyn is just, you don't have to keep doing it, but honestly, we don't ask for super chats. It's because of people like you that we don't ask for super chats, because of the support that people show. But you don't have to keep doing it, my friend, honestly. But it is so appreciated. But yeah, you don't have to keep doing it. Let's see what Delwyn's got to say, because we got, what, 30 odd seconds or so. I think Triple H is talking about the final boss and Netflix. Him and Bloodline are going to come to Raw, and he won't be pleased to see what with Roman, the way he helped Cody. Can't wait. Everything is going to be cinema since Roman returned from now and onwards. So you think when he was talking about, like, oh my God, what's coming up is going to blow your mind, blah, blah, blah. You think he's talking about them coming over? If what's happening is going to happen, it's going to blow people's minds. I don't know. The only thing I'd say is that not what kind of expected? Roman coming back and Bloodline. I sort of feel like that might be a bit expected. So is that big enough to warrant him saying that? Or could it be that it's something a bit more? I don't know. I'll be very interested to know what people think. Right, we are starting, and the first hour is commercial free. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, so we've got a video package just showing Cleveland. The flyover. I forgot about the flyover. I'm a liar. WWE have tweeted a Wyatt video, says James. Is it good? Jojo said WWE posted a Wyatt video on Twitter. Is it good? Is it a compilation? Is there anything new that we get from it? Dr. Luchalala said, everyone wants you to look at WWE's tweets. Well, I can't really. We're like live, and if it's on YouTube, we'll just get copyright strikes. So, unfortunately, when it comes to stuff like that, I can't. Looks like it's a minute and 52. So, I don't know. I'm sure if they've tweeted it out, they'll play it on the show. So, I think they have probably just jumped the gun a little bit. Yeah, is it good? People have to let me know. We're live, pal, said Jumpin' Jeff Farmer. Okay, we are live, and we have got this video package right now. Neil said, imagine if Seth, Roman got together, then introduced Dean Ambrose to form the Shield again. That'd be wild. Tony said, if streaming was a sport in 2024 where you have to stream for more than 54 hours, do you think you'd be able to earn a medal in it, says Tony. Don't know. I'd give it a go. It's kind of my bread and butter, isn't it, really? I think I can... I think I could go quite long. 50-odd hours, though. I mean, at what point do you die? It might turn out that's, like, not actually possible or something. I don't know. JP said, did you see the new vignettes? No. It'll be on the show, I've no doubt. If they're not going to... I really don't think they're going to tweet out a video and not put it on the show. Normally what they do is if they tweet out something like that, it just gets included in the show a bit later. So if not, I'll look at it after. We'll talk about it on Unseen. But here they are. Dominik and Liv. The dastardly duo. There's Damian Priest as well. So we've had Dirty Dom with Liv. There is Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker, now the Intercontinental Champion, of course. And there he is with his bracelet. The Scottish Warrior. Big smile on his face. Let's go. Do it. Oh, yes. Here's Ludwig. He's going to introduce Gunther. So we're starting with the Ring General. Let's go. I demand all your gratitude. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Duh. Duh. Ring General. Here he is, the new World Heavyweight Champion. Yes. Yes. Jeff said, love your analysis on SummerSlam. I've been a watcher since 2019. Enjoy a beer on me, Jeff. Thank you so much, my friend. Lovely to hear from you. And, yeah, you've been watching since 2019. That's a lot. That's longer than I've been streaming. So. I do like that joke. I've used it a few times. And I'll use it many times again. Yeah, I mean, look, they're just my thoughts. I mean, again, I don't expect people to agree. All I do is just share my honest opinion. And if people disagree, they disagree. That's no problem. If people agree, that's great. That's no problem as well. I mean, it's one of those. I've said before, we will never all agree on everything. And I certainly don't have that expectation. I hear all kinds of different opinions when I'm reading the opinions thing, for example. And it's like, I think as long as that is kind of understood, what I say is not the be-all and end-all, far from it. I'm just a guy that's watched wrestling a long time, that enjoys it and loves to talk about it and share my honest thoughts about it. So, yeah, I'm really pleased that that is something which, you know, has some sort of benefit, you know, carries any kind of weight, is really cool. So thank you, my friend. It's really appreciated. Let's see what Raw's got for us, shall we? I'll tell you what it's got. It's got Gunther in a suit. That's what it's got. Gunther holding up that World Heavyweight Championship with a big smile on his face. And I like the way they angled that. So they had him standing in front of the pyro, had the big Titantron in the background. They did it, made sure that they captured the fireworks and him holding up that title. Honestly, he looks pretty fly for a white guy. Yeah. Look at him. Look at him laughing. That belt looks so good on his shoulder. I tell you, it's a good crowd. Few, yeah, very rowdy. It's got a little Raw after WrestleMania vibe. There's an energy in the room. This crowd definitely know this is going to be a big show. I think a "you deserve it" chant. And a "no, you don't" as well. Yeah. My name is Gunther. Big cheer. They love that. They love the fact he knows his name. They love that. I am the Ring General. How are you watching? I'm watching it on TNT Sports. Longest reigning IC champ. Who do we think Gunther's next opponent should be, says David? I think there's lots of options. Lots of options. I wouldn't hate Jay. I wouldn't hate Seth. I wouldn't hate either of those. It needs to be a big baby face. A new legacy begins. This title, this company deserves so much more. If you think what I've done with the IC title is historic, just watch and see. Yeah, he could have this belt a long time. Michael, shout out to you. Justin said his name is probably written on his hand so he can remember. We got a few Cena chants. Ian hoping for Cena. Yeah, who's going to come out? There is nothing that can catch me off guard. Who's coming out? Greatness personified. I feel like we're going to find out his next opponent. Someone's going to come out. I don't know who it's going to be, but the fact he said nothing can catch me off guard, that's got to be foreshadowing, hasn't it? That's got to be foreshadowing. So he's in the ring. Monday Night Raw. Belongs to me. Tell you what, the crowd are applauding him. The crowd are loving it right now. He got a big reaction when he came out. Not all positive. He is a heel. Oh my God! Oh my God! Nah, mate. Nah, mate. There's nothing that can catch me off guard. How about the man that specializes in hitting things out of nowhere? How about Randy Orton? How about Randy Orton? Oh my God! Sorry, you ordered a monster baby face, yeah? Yeah, looks like we've got that for you. Looks like that's been delivered. We just got him over here, actually. Randy! Gunther versus... Do you know how much that match is going to bang? Do you know how much that match is going to bang? Do you know how sick that match is going to be? Oh, my God. Is this is Bash in Berlin, is it? Bash in Berlin, Gunther Randy, it better be. I will not tolerate for anything else now. Let's go. Let's go. What a challenge. Randy going for a world title? Randy going for a world title? Can you imagine the build? Oh my God. Oh my, isn't he like 14 time or something? We're trying to get him towards that 16, aren't we? We're trying to get him towards that kind of record. A lot of people want Randy and Cena to both be on 16 and then them fight for the 17, them fight for the title. I don't think you take the title off Gunther, though. Oh, but this is a hell of a challenge. Oh, my God. This is so good. This is so good. Papa H, man. Papa H. He can't help it, can he? Turns out he's a Michelin star chef. He's in the kitchen cooking. Turns out he's a Michelin star chef. Oh, I was thinking Jay. I was thinking Seth. I wasn't thinking Randy because he's SmackDown. Oh, God. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Randy, Randy, Randy. Oh, my God. Well, listen. Oh, my God. That is so loud. That is so loud. Oh, my God. This is so good. Well, I have to say I was wrong because that caught me off guard. I wanted to come out and congratulate you, but that's not really my style. That title. It looks damn fine hanging over your German shoulder. It's not German, but it doesn't matter. I can't help that when I look, yeah. I'm the only reason you're carrying that in the first place. Ah, you beat me at King of the Ring, but did you really beat me at King of the Ring? Yeah. The shoulder. My shoulders weren't flat down. Oh, this match is going to bang, man. The shoulder. Triple H knows that there needs to be a Gunther Orton sequel. Triple H told the world that there would be a part 2. And that's why I'm here tonight. I'm calling it in. Well, Gunther's not going to back down, is he, from any challenge? Technician versus technician. Smooth versus smoother. Ooh. I think these fans deserve a modern day Flair Steamboat. I know I can fill one of those roles, but can you? This is so good. They've gone back to the shoulder being up, said Travis. Yes. Which is good. It was something that bugged us at the time. But Triple H came out and said, yeah, you know, I've no doubt we'll run that back at some point, but Gunther is the winner. And it just, I mean, it's so good now that we can go back to it straight away. Randy chants. Well, Randy, everything you said is true? Not beating you clean left a little stain on my records. Those voices in your head tell you you can beat me in Berlin. I have to tell you, those voices are wrong. RKO chant. Randy is huge, isn't he? He's taller than Gunther, and he's so big. I accept. He's big. He's bigger than Gunther. But that is not a problem. Just to let you know. Nothing. Nothing catches me out of nowhere. Oh, God, I love it. I love it. Gunther said, just so you know, nothing catches me out of nowhere. And Randy said, well, that's good to know. I have heard that before. But sometimes it doesn't have to be out of nowhere. Sometimes I want you to see it coming. Oh, this is where Gunther shines. Two men battling to prove who's the best. It's as simple as that. Add in the little wrinkle that they faced before, and it was not a clean finish. And you just don't need anything else here. That's it. It's done. Sorted. Great match as well for Bash in Berlin. Big match. Think Gunther wins it. It would seem a bit too soon to take the title off him. But who knows? Who knows? If we want to get those world championships kind of, you know, that tally increased for Randy, maybe he does get it. Do we think that's the reason that the finish was like that? Bit torn. It's one of those where it absolutely could be, but it also could be that they're using that as a way of getting to the rematch. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to say that yes, it was the reason for it. But if it turns out it was a mistake and they just ended up using it, or like, you know, then I could believe that as well. Randy and Gunther Bash in Berlin. Are you going to watch any UK WWE? I went to Cardiff. Am I going to go on the tour? I don't know, to be honest. I wouldn't mind going to a house show, but it would obviously need to be on a day where we don't stream. Okay, we got Sheamus backstage. That was so good. That was such a great way to start the show. 20 minutes gone already. I think it was a botch, said Eric, and they adjusted. Triple H has shown that he can adjust to mistakes. Daze, are you going to Edgbaston? I might see you, said Spartan. I am going to Edgbaston. Yeah. Are you going to be there tomorrow? I will be there. Brony said Gunther shouldn't lose the title this fast, but man, Randy has lost so many matches since he returned. It's still Randy, though, and he still gets the reactions. I mean, he's a legend. Baltimore, are you ready for a banger? Here we go. Here's Sheamus. Have you heard that Michael Cole is leaving Raw and joining SmackDown, said Connor. Yeah, we spoke about that at the weekend. He is leaving and going over to SmackDown. I like the new teams. I think they make a lot of sense. We're bringing in a new lead commentator who is going to be unproven. I know that he is someone that has... Oh, no, straight into the fighting. Straight into the fighting. Sheamus comes down. And he's straight into a fight with Kaiser. So Kaiser was already out there because of Gunther. And these two going at it. This is our first match of the evening. Sheamus versus Kaiser. So not even getting chance to get kind of settled into the groove. I forgot, to be honest, that this is commercial free. So, you know, that's normally where we would go to a commercial. And so I was kind of mentally ready for that. But yeah, it's commercial free, isn't it, for the first hour? So we're just straight in. Let's go. And they're going to bang as well, because these two are going to have time, no interruptions, to just go out there and just bang. Just go. Banger after banger after banger. So this match is going to be well worth keeping an eye on. Lovely shot there by Sheamus. He's got Ludwig. He's got Ludwig against the ropes. And kick coming in there by Ludwig. Mr. Cardinal, hello. Hope you are well. Oh, big slap coming in. And again, kick to the midsection. Lovely big shots there by Ludwig. Referee coming in, trying to separate both. Over in the... Oh, big chops coming in by Sheamus. Throwing them in. The crowd counting along. And Ludwig goes down. Pappy said, Sheamus is great. So much fun. Ludwig didn't want to hear that trash theme song either. But green shirt guy is back tonight. Yeah, he is. You're right. To smell Liv's hair. He's a manager. He was giving her advice. Danny said, I think we'll get Sheamus versus Ludwig versus Pete Dunne versus Bronson Reed at some point. Commercial free is so nice, said Brett. Well, you'll have loads of it, won't you? Loads of it next year when we go to Netflix. Nice. Rolling through, and he's about to go up top here, Sheamus. Next Friday, they will be in Orlando. SmackDown coming from Orlando. Jacob, right knee, hit the edge of the announce table, says David. Extremely painful. Do we think LA Knight should face Andrade and Andrade win because he wants it so bad? Maybe eventually. I don't know. I wouldn't be taking the title off LA anytime soon, personally. There we go. Kaiser playing a little bit of possum there. He was down. Crowd are booing. Shot coming in there by Kaiser. So Sheamus down. Kaiser looking out at the crowd. Have we seen anything to do with Judgment Day yet, said Chrissy. Only them arriving. Here's Kaiser on the outside, running around the ring. Sheamus down. Drop kick there by Ludwig. Right against the steps. Also coming up live, CM Punk. He's going to be live tonight. Dominic is this generation's Sonny. I don't think he'd want to be that. I'm looking forward to his film then. Like when she moved around all the tag teams in the 90s. She was moving around more than just the tag teams. We see Damian Priest arrive at the beginning of the show, said Davids. Jason Ball said, I think Liv and Dom against Rhea and Damian will happen at Bash in Berlin. Monster Jimmy said, did you see that Braun is trying to resist the pull of the Wyatt Sicks? Yeah, I did see that. Stickman said he should be a common Dictator. Yes, I am very common. Right now, elbow to the heads. Daze, would you ever come to Scotland for a toy hunt? Yeah, I would. I'd probably want to have a look, see if there must be like some good small collectible stores or something like that. I mean, Smith's is Smith's really, so there's not a need to go to Scotland just to go to Smith's. So I'd have to have a look, see if there was like some good toy shops up there. Big club there by Ludwig. Odyssey Jones on the show tonight, said Brownie. Yeah, apparently so. They haven't advertised him though. So hopefully that's not like a spoiler, but very excited to see Odyssey Jones. If you've never seen Odyssey Jones, big guy, like proper, looks like he belongs in the NFL. Good look, bubbly personality. He was a super baby face in NXT. Had a real bubbly, fun. I mean, if the New Day needed like a new member, Odyssey Jones would just breathe new life into that group. I always thought that'd be a good place to put him, actually. Kofi, Xavier, and Odyssey Jones. He would be so much fun in that group. He's got the right personality. Just big, smiley, fun, good time, you know? You watch, he'll come in now, he'll be like this moody heel. But down in NXT, he was this big, bubbly, lovely guy. Big, though. I mean, Bronson Reed, kind of, maybe even bigger than Bronson Reed. Let's go, Sheamus chant. When does Liv end her revenge tour and turn on Dom, said El Leon. Well, I wouldn't think anytime soon because everything's going so well for her. So, you know, she's the champ. Dominic's helping her keep the title. She has now got the Judgment. I mean, she's hanging out seemingly with Finn and JD. She's got people. Do you know what I mean? Like, everything's so good. There's not a need to throw that away. Boom. Big chop there by Ludwig. Sheamus is down. These two have really been going at it. This has been a feud. I mean, it's gone a bit cold in recent times, but Ludwig and Sheamus has had a bit of a build this year. Big chops coming in there by Ludwig. Michael said, I think the NXT North American champion would be perfect for Judgment Day. Obafemi. Is he goth enough? Shots coming in. Against the ropes. Oh, he went for a clothesline, but he didn't get it. Down. Oh, man, this crowd is so hot, you know. This crowd is so good. Sheamus charging over, clothesline into Ludwig. He's got him, picking him up. Backbreaker there by Sheamus. Lovely work. Sheamus looking out at the crowds. Crowd are really invested. Ludwig up in the air. Celtic cross, but he couldn't get it. Nice kick to the midsection by Ludwig. This thing's back and forth, isn't it? Oh, white noise. White noise. 1, 2. Shoulder up. What was your reaction to Dom kissing Liv? Oh, awesome. Brilliant moment. Where did I put that? Where did I put that? I've got a new channel, which a lot of people don't know about. I only started it the other day. It's only got 20 subscribers. But there's so many moments that I don't... What I've found is that if I put reactions on TikTok, the first one does really well, but then the other ones, they don't do very well. So I don't think you can put loads of reactions, or at least I can't, put loads of reactions up because they seem to get in each other's way. So I only tend to put one up now on TikTok and Instagram. Which is a shame because SummerSlam was full of moments. So that's what inspired me to start a new channel, a third channel. It's called Wrestling Daze Clips. It's only got about 5 videos on, but it is on there. The Dominik Liv moment is on there. And I will be using that a lot. I will be using that to just throw clips up over there. I used to put some on this channel, but to be honest, I don't know. I don't really want things getting in the way of Unseen. I love Unseen, and you know, people seem to really enjoy it as well. So I'm not looking to really clutter the channel. So yeah, I've chucked it over there. But you can always go into the SummerSlam stream and find it. I mean, we always put what's happening at the bottom so that people can easily find whatever bits they want to go to, you know. Sheamus and Ludwig slap coming in. Did you see Brandy's tweet with the other dog saying, "I ain't no jobber"? No, I didn't. I didn't. He did call his dog a jobber, didn't he? Clothesline there by Sheamus. Over the top rope to the outside. Oh, here we go. 10 beats are a batter him. He's got Ludwig up against the ropes. I think these two have been going for about 10 minutes, you know. Here they go. Throwing it in. The crowd are right there. Sheamus is one of those that you could see get into a world title again. He could be world heavyweight champ. Sheamus. Oh... comes down. It wasn't the most graceful of moves, was it? There we go. Back in the ring goes Ludwig. Oh, there's Pete. Pete arrives. Pete arrives with a shillelagh. Is that another shillelagh again? Oh, big knee, mate. Big knee. Pete Dunne folded over the commentary table. But Ludwig... with a kick. Step up in Zaguri. It's going to take more than that, mate. It's going to take more than that. That was a great moment, though. That was a great moment. So, right now, we've got Sheamus down. Ludwig in control. And he's round the back of Sheamus. Oh, hello. Oh, no, he was looking to put him away, but big knee, and then a brogue! That might be it. 1, 2, 3. Sheamus gets it. I really thought Pete was going to cost Sheamus there, but Sheamus still manages to get the dub. But he does have a Pete Dunne problem. He does have a Pete Dunne problem. But then saying that, Pete Dunne had a Sheamus problem. He kept calling him Butch. I mean, that's abuse right there. Pete Dunne's right to be angry. I'm angry. Yeah, they're not buddies anymore. Those two are going to bang, though. That is going to be a great match, isn't it? Sheamus against Pete Dunne. That is going to be a great match. Sheamus in the crowd as... there we go. Roman Reigns' return resulted in over 100 million social media views, making it the biggest SummerSlam social moment of all time. That's amazing, especially if you think about what Brock did a few years ago. That's amazing. Right. Now Liv is in Judgment Day. She has to change her blue denim shorts to purple, says Chris. That is the most pressing issue we have right now. You are correct. Okay, so is this going to be the video? So we've got a little video. I'm thinking this is the one that was on social media. It says 11 years ago, Baltimore, a prophet was unleashed. And we've got the wooden shack. There's Bray. This is really good. I mean, they do these video packages so well. So well. I don't know the music, though. Is it from the same woman that does Nightbirds? So we're seeing footage of Bray and the Wyatt family. And there's Howdy. There's the Wyatt Sicks. It's really good because it's just... It's laying the table, isn't it, for the main event. Like, it's just really building up and hyping up the excitement. So we're just seeing, like, shots of the Wyatt family and their arrival, and shots of the Wyatt Sicks and some of their antics. Rowan with that crossbody. There's Bray with his arms out. I believe that's when they went after Kane, the Wyatt family, and they're just showing the similarity between Bray and Bo. There's the lantern. We've got some disturbance. Baltimore tonight. Oh, that's good. Oh, I like that ending. So he was the person that we were trying to figure out that whole time. That's good. I don't think he isn't the one. He isn't the one that I think was the guy in the static, but he is the one that a few of us thought may have been Joe Gacy with the candles in front. Because they had that image kind of blurry and staticky, and we couldn't really work it out. But it was Bo Dallas all along. That's listen, to get answers is very welcome. So, yeah, I like that. That's really good. That's really good. I know that was tweeted out earlier. People were mentioning it. Because it was on YouTube, we weren't able to watch it. I would sit down and watch it otherwise. But this stream, unfortunately, would get a copyright strike. It would be, you know, might even be enough to get it taken down. So there's nothing I can do with it. But I was very confident they would play it on the show. That's what they tend to do. So I was quite happy to wait. And got to tell you, man, that wait was definitely worth it. I like that bit at the end. Very good. And I think we should still get a Joe Gacy interview later in the show. It was on Twitter, says James. Oh, I need to get this poll up, don't I? Match score. What did you think about Sheamus and Ludwig? Okay, what have we got now? Is this Damien? Okay, Damien's making his way down to the ring, and he is not a happy bunny, man. He is not a happy bunny. The only way. So Damien getting into the ring. Oh, he's furious, man. He is absolutely flipping livid. He is livid. He is livid. So he calls out Finn. Is this for real? How do you go from being the prince to a backstabbing scumbag to a coward? You know where I'm from. You know my story. So he's kind of moved on now from calling out Finn. Now he's going and telling his backstory. Loser Priest said, Jojo. Wyatt Sicks need to annihilate the Creeds and Gable tonight. They need to dominate. Yep. That's what I'm looking for. Let me introduce you to my new family. And he points out to the crowds. This rivalry is going to be great, said Tom. I'm peed off because you took that title from all of us. You made me feel like I disappointed my family. You know I can't let that stand. Listen closely. When you are suffering, know that I am the reason for your pain. Here's Finn. You brought this all on yourself. It was meant to be no leaders. But that all changed when you became champion. You went back on your words. He's got a good point, actually. I agree with Finn. I'm Team Finn. That was ages ago, wasn't it? I waited a full year and I manned up. I screwed you and I screwed your family. You're from the streets? Well, you're just a loser from the streets. I'm going to wait till you feel safe. I'm going to wait till you feel comfortable. This show is so good. This is so good. This is what Raw could be. Yeah, this is so good. Finn Balor is cooking something, said Blue Venom. Oh, look at them. And Carlito. And Carlito. Wow. Liv, Dom, JD, Carlito, and Finn. Judgment Day 2.0. Wow, let's go, man. There's big mummy chants. Imagine if they called themselves Judgment Daze. I'd be so proud. I'd be so proud. We're not Judgment Day, we're Judgment Days. I'd be like, yeah! Yeah, we are! Ah! That was cool. The way they all just kind of stepped into the shot. That was cool. Oh my god, this is so good tonight. Liv took over Judgment Day, said Lonely Roads. Aubrey said, don't worry, we all know Finn's angle end in WWE. It'll be a big old loss. A big old loss. Okay. 46, 38, 11, 2. So that first match was great. 57. Still no commercials. Obviously, first hour commercial free, but we're 45 minutes into that. Finally, we get Finn leading a faction, says Mitchell. Remember those Vince days when Raws after PLEs were always dud, says Eric. I know, it's crazy, isn't it? Crazy. Damien is definitely over with this crowd. Lonely Road said, this is like JD 3.0, but Willow thinks it's JD 4.0. That's right. This is Judgment Day's third incarnation, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Scottish Nightmare said, wasting this commercial free with these stupid recaps. This is like Judgment Day if it was a college dorm and all the dudes are banging one chick. Sure. I've always hated the demon gimmick, and so does Finn. He said so on a few occasions, says Maggie. Right, Daze Bo Dallas has a black-looking Fiend mask on his face before it went off screen. Isn't it the Howdy mask? It's the isn't it the black Howdy mask? Here's Big Bronson Reed. There's always an excuse. If I want to get to the top, I've got to create my own path. What's Big Bro? Is this Lyra now? Oh my god. Oh my god. Goated show. Goated show. Here's Lyra. I love her entrance, man. So good. Just a women's championship is missing. I like her music as well, you know. Lyra making her way down to the ring then. I actually don't know who she's facing. She's got a good entrance, yeah. I like the angle where she kind of comes up like and we're looking from the entranceway to the ring. Imagine her against Liv for the women's title. Liv would probably win, but I reckon that match would be good. Okay, so is this going to be Shayna? Yeah. Tricky, but Shayna is sadly beatable in WWE. If this was Bloodsport, if this was Josh Barnett's Bloodsport, it might be a different story. But in WWE, Shayna is beatable. I wonder when Charlotte will come back, says Anna. Well, I don't think it'll be too long. I don't think it'll be on this show. But, yeah, we've seen her training and putting that work in, so I don't think it'll be too long. Okay, Shayna against Lyra. I don't know why it's all lowercase. We've all got to just deal with it. Days commercial free, but after the hour finishes, it'll be a commercial fest, said Spartan. Yes, that is true. Shayna's face really upsets me, says Joe. Joe, I'm sorry to hear that. Just focus on Lyra instead. What did you have for dinner tonight, says Edward. What did I have for dinner tonight? Not much. We started to have a lot of salads from the supermarket. Those kind of where you fill your own bowl. You know, you pay for the bowl, the plastic container, and then you just put in what you want. Never used to have those, to be honest, but we've been having them a lot more, and I love them. Great. So that and just an omelette, that and an omelette, which is perfect, to be honest, because, you know, fill in, good for you. Not very exciting, but it is what it is. And I enjoy it. It's very flavoursome. This team is going to be jobbing in 2 months, said Six Horror Kingman. I'm not a fan of the Shayna faction, said Sis. Yeah, well, to be honest, they don't feel like they've got it quite together, you know? They need to matching gear. We need to see a lot more backstage segments with them. They need a flipping faction name. Lyra getting all fired up here. Clothesline. Down goes Shayna. And again, I love this. I know I keep praising her, right? But I am a fan. I love the gear of Lyra, like the black with the red boot. I love the red boot coverings. The red boot. I mean, it just really pops. It's so simple, but I love simple. Black. I would even lose all the silver that's on it and just have it just black. But the black with the red boot coverings, I really like that. She's got her. It's a bit Finn Balor-esque, actually. I wonder if some of it's a bit of a tribute to Finn. Yeah, that was really powerful. Great work there by Lyra. Shayna had her leg. She managed to get out of it and then gut wrench into like a power bomb. Over the top. Shayna coming over looking for a clothesline, but Lyra goes through the ropes. She gets caught though. She gets caught. Shayna has got Lyra. Lyra trying to find a way out. She's grabbing Shayna. She's getting her up on her shoulders. But Shayna managing to get back down on her feet. Can Lyra roll through? She does. Shayna's a bit off here, to be honest. Shayna's like a bit of a dead weight. It's been a couple of times where this has not really looked that great, but it's because Shayna just looks a bit stiff. And Zoe gets in, and it was just as Lyra was finding her way towards a victory. Outside interference. We need Kaden and Katana to come down. We need the party girls. Oh no, it's going to be Damage Control. Damage Control are coming down. Kyrie getting into the ring. And now these girls are going at it. I still find this such a weird feud. Who is the most dominant faction in the division? So they've come down and they've chased them away. Well, that was a bit flat, wasn't it? I don't think the booking of this is brilliant. I don't think it's to the same level as other stuff we've seen. Here's Final Testament backstage. Tick-tock, tickety-tock. The doomsday clock will strike midnight. Dakota just kicked Shayna out the ring, said Sis. The factions fight to see who is the top jobber team, said Cleveland Brown. The new Judgment Day, it makes me sad, said Jack Burton. Why are Damage Control faces all of a sudden, said James. That is a great question, James. That is a great question. No one flipping knows. It didn't have to be this way for Xavier Woods. Xavier was too afraid to become his own man. This is another feud that's felt so flat. I don't want to be unfair, but it just has. I gave him opportunity after opportunity. Carrion's a great promo. I do enjoy listening to Carrion. We're going to witness the death of the New Day. I wonder if they will bring Odyssey Jones into the New Day. My God, can you imagine if they do? That's what I would do with him. Here's CM Punk. As good as some of the storylines Raw have been, equally there's been some storylines that just don't make much sense and are a little bit boring. I don't think that's unfair, to be honest. Days, I like them, but I usually get chicken and bacon pasta salads from Aldi or Lidl. They are nice. You get to add your own mayo. Oh, here we are at commercial break. There we go. Good times are over. Cliff said, too bad for the Bang Bang Scissor Gang is taken. Legit faction name for Shayna's crew. Amy is chanting Big E. Cross looks weird without no facial hair, said Ashley. Brony said Punk up next. And it is true. We just saw Punk walk in backstage. I mean, look, we got to say that's a great first hour. I know maybe the little bit at the end with the two women's factions, I don't think it's been built very well. If we are turning Damage Control face, and I believe we have, I kind of need a little bit of a backstage, like why have we done that? What's changed? Why have they decided to like go in this direction? I mean, you can do heels against heels, but you do sort of just leave the crowd going, I don't really care for either of these teams, you know? I mean, for me, I like Zoe. I mean, I like them all, really. I mean, Shayna was great when she was in NXT and she was the champion, but that's a long time ago now. Sonya has been through a lot. You know, we all know about the guy that broke into her house. And, you know, she was someone that I thought was really good in that kind of GM role when she came back. And she was like with Pierce. Like, I really enjoyed her in that role. So she kind of won me over, if you will, then. I wasn't a massive fan before then, but what she's been through and how good she was as GM, I think she's shown she's a really good talker. So I got time for her. Zoe, I think a lot of people like Zoe. She just feels a bit like the momentum's gone, though. So even that group, I don't hate that group. It's just you got to give me a reason to care. They've only been together for like 2 minutes. They haven't even got a team name. I don't know. It's just not been built very well as it at the moment. But I mean, I suppose that's what we're trying to do now. So I get it. That bit maybe we could have done without. But other than that, it's been really good. It's been really. I mean, we had Gunther. We had I mean, you lot voted it a great match. The Pete Dunne getting involved, that's going to further that story. We got to see the Wyatt Sicks video, which means maybe in this hour we get the Joe Gacy interview, because then in the third hour we get the match. The Judgment Day moment where we got to see all of those. You know, I mean, it's been pretty good. And now we get CM Punk. So this is going to cook as well. Alex said, I'm hyped for NXT. Thomas said, EO Money in the Bank match might have forced face turn by Dub Dub. What's Dub Dub? What's Dub Dub? 58, 17, 13, and 10. So Lyra Shayna got good 83%. Ooh, that's not great. That's not great. If you're going to get a good score, it needs to be in the 90s. Right, they're just looking at a few more moments that went down at SummerSlam. Out of all the guest GMs that we used to get, which one was your favourite? Well, the one I think back to is Bob Barker. That's the one that kind of comes to mind. I think there were a few good ones over the years, but that Price is Right moment is just so amazing. I think he's kind of regarded as one of the best. Here's the Creeds. Here we go. Here's Maxine. Ivy is caught in the middle here. So Maxine's arrived. She was talking to the Creeds. I haven't seen you in weeks, says Maxine. Whoa, here's Chad. Here's Chad. She doesn't tell anything. She's got no value to offer you. Oh. You can keep the Alpha Academy name. You don't need her. Let's go. Ivy is kind of caught in between here. I think she's still got, like, affection for Maxine, you know? She's kind of caught in the middle. Here's CM Punk. It's interesting how he said you can keep the Alpha Academy name, isn't it? So what are they going to be called? What's better than Alpha Academy? You can't be Beta Academy. That's not better, is it? Perhaps they'll be Original Alpha Academy. Like how Roman is Original Tribal J. You can keep that name. We're going to be Original Alpha Academy. CM Punk making his way down to the ring. Sleaze Boy said Dirty Dom is now a member of the Players Club. Sleaze Boy, are you a member of that club? I'm president. I'm only joking. They won't let me in. Are you a member, though? Are you a member of the Players Club? James Chadwick is, I know that. Muse0042 said, I predict Elia is going to win Elimination Chamber, and it's Gunther Elia at WrestleMania. Thanks for all that you do, Daze. I don't do anything, mate. You have to thank me. I don't do flip. Look at that. It's my first WWE event sign. That is flipping huge. You see that? The kid's like this big. The sign's like... Jeez. There we go. CM Punk going over and shaking the hand of Samantha. I'd go over to that other woman. Have you ever seen her that's kind of sat next to Michael Cole? I don't know what she does. I'd go to her. I'd be like, not interested in you, Samantha. Everyone gives you your flowers. I'm going to shake this woman's hands. What's your name? What do you do? Oh, he's giving some flowers to Bilal. I love seeing good things happen to good people, so he shouts out Bilal Muhammad. Big Al. Big Al. Here he is. Big Al. This is why I'm happy. Why are you happy, mate? I've not been to Baltimore in over 10 years. And they cheer that. It feeds my ego when 10,000 people are screaming my name. Wow, jeez. Well, that was a cue, wasn't it? Losing doesn't make me happy. Okay, where are we going with this? Where are we going? I'd imagine a lot of you love me because every time I get knocked down, I get back up. There's some people that hate me because I don't stay down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. Yeah. It was all taken away just when I came back. Why are you happy, mate? They said 9 months and I did it in 5. Tough son of a... He put my name on a shirt and said he wanted to ruin my life. I like that. Why am I happy? Because I'm back. This is just the start. I've started at the bottom before. Yeah, he's got a world title in his future, isn't he? Dark Knight said Punk does waffle like Daze sometimes. Yeah, he's more captivating. It's not as attractive. It's still summer. It is still summer. Less CM Punk talking, more CM Punk fighting. He says, I want Drew McIntyre because he said he was going to put me in the ground, but I'm still standing. Here's Seth. I feel like there was a few songs in there, like how he started from the bottom makes me think of Drake. I'm Still Standing makes me think of Elton John. There was another one as well that was in there. If it turned out he'd like snuck in a few song titles into that, I would not be shocked. Here's Seth Rollins in his cowboy attire. Texas motorcycle enthusiast. That's the vibe I get. You know the Texan Hell Angels. I think we've got one here. Leather. Everything's leather, but with some lovely tasselage. Some lovely tasselage. Seth coming down, and he is staring at CM Punk. Seth is dressed for a funeral. I would not go to a funeral dressed like that, to be honest. I'd probably wear a suit. Crowd singing Seth's song. Oh, he's got a microphone. He's come prepared, like a scout. You're in a good mood. So am I. Don't look like it. It's finally time for me to put you in the dirt after 10 long years. It's finally time for me to put you in the dirt. Do you want to let me in the ring, or do you want your ass kicking out here? I'm not the one that dressed like a cowboy today. Here we go. Punk in one corner. Seth steps in the ring, and here is Drew. Here is Drew. What's with all this negativity, kids? Hey? Tonight's a night of celebration. If he mentions this bracelet, I'm gonna lose it. So he says tonight is a night of celebration. I think I've earned your undivided attention. So we got Seth in the ring. Punk in the ring. You proved you've still got it. Where's this compliment going? But you're no longer the best in the world. I am. There it is. There she is. There she is. Are you going to keep staring at each other, or are you going to look over here? Guess who's still in my corner? Oh, that's it. That's it. Anytime this bracelet is mentioned, he loses it. It's getting to the point where I just don't even know how Punk has managed to live his life without this bracelet. It means that much to him. Oh, here's Big Bronson Reed. Big Bronson Reed attacking Seth. Boom! Seth's got a Big Bronson Reed problem. Jumps on Big Bronson Reed. Grabbing the eyes. Super kick. Punk's gone chasing after Drew. Got him. Samoan drop. Yeah. No. Into a senton. And another one there from Big Bronson. Yeah, I'm down for this. This is a good feud. Seth is down. What's he going to do? He's got him in a weird position. Oh. A tsunami, but he had to sort of go to the sides. And again, boom, that's a better position for a tsunami. That was a really awkward position for that first one. He had to, like, jump and, like, rotate around. That other one. Textbook. So, there we go. Big Bronson Reeds. He did say he needed to make his own path. Big Bronson Reed, Seth. Get Seth out of the way, doesn't it? Means we can focus on Drew and Punk. Give Seth something else to worry about. Reed trying to get back into the ring. Where's he going? He's getting back in the... These referees are doing absolutely flipping nothing. Oh, he's going up again! Those officials... Oh, my God, they're useless. Those officials should have sacrificed themselves. They should have laid on top of Seth and protected him instead. They were like, oh. Oh, God, he's going to jump. If I'm Seth, I've got big questions. I'm sorry, I'm injured. And again, they'll just move out the way. Oh, he's going to jump. He's going to jump. He's going for a third. Move him. Get his arms. Drag him. Get him out the way. What are you doing? You're useless. Oh, my God. You're useless. Useless. What are they doing? Drag him. Drag him. Pull him out the ring. He's going for a fourth. He's going for a fourth. Oh, my God. Someone save Seth! Someone! Someone talking to him ain't gonna do anything! Please get down. Please don't do it. He's doing it again! Ah! 4! You couldn't drag him out the ring! Oh my God! 4 after the officials came down? Oh my God, they're useless. Everyone should be fired. And the crowd are chanting one more. Seth's like, hang on. Oh, he's coughing up blood. Seth's coughing up blood. Oh, throw up. Throw up. Throw up, Seth. Yeah. They're getting a towel, look, and they're trying to cover. They're trying to cover it. Throw up. Go on, throw up. Look at the bloods. Oh, my God. He might have, like, serious internal bleeding. Is he coming back? Oh, I can't breathe. Oh, my God. Is this number 5? Oh, my God. Oh, finally you've rolled him. Oh, finally you've done something. Oh, my God. He's coughing up blood in the ring. Oh, God. What a treat. What a treat. That's the entertainment I want. That's what I want. That's what all of them should be fired. If I'm Triple H, I'm like, guys, gather around, gather around. Everyone I've pointed at, and I think I've pointed at all of you, all fired. All fired. Yeah. If you've got any questions, just watch that segment back. Because none of you did anything. You didn't do nothing. And Seth Rollins is coughing up blood right now. It's a bad day at the office for Seth, innit? Oh, I did enjoy that. Oh, I did. They're just like the US Secret. They are just like the US Secret Service. You're right. You're right. There does need to be a big investigation into how they can be that incompetent. Do you reckon the people that were in the Secret Service that were protecting Trump, do you reckon they've been fired and they've gone to WWE and they're still goofing? They're still gaffing around and goofing. Oh, I love it. I love it. This is why wrestling's the best. A lot of people might look at this and think we're criticizing. I ain't criticizing. I'm lapping it up like a little kitten. Jake said, do we think Howdy is going to be ringside tonight? Yeah, I would think so. And if he's got a rocking chair, I think a load of people are going to poop their pants. Because that would be quite the optic. So, yeah, I do expect him to be ringside. But I think it's good that he stepped aside to allow them the spotlight. That we've said before, that's what it felt like it should be. Bull Martin said, I'm surprised that Punk remembered the name. Bull Martin, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying the show. King Yeti said, Big Sethy cool. Big Sethy cool. Is that... yeah. Is that going to be his new nickname? Well, if he keeps wearing that leather outfit, then, yeah. You know, I just had a picture then him dressing as Diesel in my mind. And it made me chuckle. So I like that. King Yeti, I hope you're well. Anna said, that's better than Nia putting Lana through tables. Oh, I did enjoy that, though. How many weeks in a row was that? I seem to remember getting to about 7. Every week she would come down and put Lana through a table. Oh, it was so good. We should do something like that with Maxine, to be honest. I so enjoyed that. Oh, God, I so enjoyed that segment as well. That was, you are right. That's like the Lana being put through the table thing, but just all in the same week. Rather than it happening every single week, it's like we've just put them all into the same segment. What a treat. George said, the crowd deserve a lot of credit. The crowd have been brilliant tonight. Do you know, this has had a mini kind of Raw after WrestleMania feel. I don't know if you felt that. But to me, it's just had that real Raw after WrestleMania vibe. In every sense, actually, because I think the booking has matched it as well. You know, I mean, the Judgment Day kind of segment where we got to see this new Judgment Day. That was really good. That Wyatt Sicks little video, I thought that was really good. That segment that we just got, I mean, I really enjoyed that. And Bronson's attacks, yeah, loving it. Gunther being interrupted by Randy. We might not have had the big returns and the NXT call-ups. Like, it's not got to Raw after WrestleMania levels, but... I don't know, this is probably as close as you could see it getting outside of it being Raw after WrestleMania. I mean, it's a really good show. This is not a Raw you would have wanted to have missed. Sometimes you can go, yeah, a few bits happened. But on this one, like, it's just so much. We're eating so good. Swans one said, I went to Raw in Corpus and I was sitting 3 rows back from the front. I was watching her, the lady next to Cole. She's like a floor coordinator. I've seen her a few times, actually. She's at the shows and there's a few times where she's had to like get out the way because they've took a chair or whatever. So yeah, I don't know anything about her. She never really features. She's, you know, she's just someone that you might notice, like, in the background. But I've noticed her enough, and since she's there week after week, that if I was on the show, I would not be going to Samantha. I'd be going to her. I'd make it my mission to, like, get people to recognize her. Right, we've got a replay of what just happened. Snoop Coop said that was sick, and I don't mean Wyatt. It really was. It was so much fun. Yeah, I can't wait to see what Adam Pearce has got to say. He should start with an apology. It's not good. Here's Punk is screaming, where's Drew? Oh, hello, what's... I just want to talk to him. I just want to talk to him. Relax. So what did he have? A chair? He had a chair and it got dropped. Kind of got a little bit in the way. He just kind of kicked it to the side. Where's Drew? I just want to talk to him. Okay, we got AOP in the ring. AOP. Is this where we get Odyssey? Akam, Rizar, Authors of Pain. Stephen said, I was just thinking, since the new Judgment Day has got 5 members, do we think in the future we see them against the Wyatt Sicks? Yes, definitely. Definitely. We've spoke before, it's always felt like they are a future target. They're coming down with their action figures. So they're actually, that's clever that they're wearing the same gear. Because these are Turtles themed. So there we go. He's giving one to Kid in the Crowds. Available now at Targets. Inspired by the Turtles. Is Wrestle with Andy around? Because what goes around comes around. We were here in the 90s. This ain't the first time that we've had people dressed as the Turtles in a wrestling ring. I want to see Wyatt Sicks versus Final Testament, says Dan. Right, here we go. Drop kick there by Kofi. Daze, hope you're doing well. How long do we think LA Knight will hold the title before challenging for a world? I don't see it being anytime soon. I think he holds that belt for a long time. I think he'll be a mid-card champ for quite a while, to be honest. I just think that the world title scene is so cluttered. I mean, I think you get a world heavyweight title before you get the WWE championship. I sort of feel like you progress to the WWE championship. I don't think that's a belt that you just win. I don't think LA Knight just becomes WWE champion. I think he'd have to get the world heavyweight one first, and the queue, you know, Punk, Drew, Gunther. I mean, it's incredible, the amount of people. You could say Jey Uso, you know, you could say that there's about 8 people, maybe even 10 that are serious contenders. So it's so crowded that I can see him holding that US title for quite a while. And then we'll just have to see if there's an opening. We'll just have to see if there's a way of getting him into that mix. But it just feels like US title will be for a while. Ninja XOX said Finn Balor taking a break from WWE. I don't think so. I mean, there's not anything there. There's not anything there to suggest that he's going to be taking a break, unless there's rumors that are doing the rounds. But we've just seen him tonight talking to Damian, introducing his new faction. I think he'll get his hands on Damian at Bash in Berlin. He kind of suggested he wasn't interested in him right now. He was going to strike when Damian least expected it. But I kind of took that more as a way to explain why he wasn't attacking him tonight. That he's going to leave it a little bit. I mean, Damian against Finn, I would not be shocked to see that match being made at Bash in Berlin. Meki, is that how you say it? Meki says, do we think that was real blood coming out of the mouth? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it was fake blood. I think if there was enough people around to give him a capsule for him to put it in his mouth, and we kept cutting away from him enough times where easily could have been handed over, you know, he put it in his mouth. When we cut to like Big Bronson Reed. I think if you're going to do that many tsunamis, then to have like something like that, a visual like that where you're coughing up bloods, I think that's, you know, I can't say needed, but it's welcome. There is a place for bloods in WWE, and I think if you're going to hit someone with like 4 tsunamis, maybe even more than that, maybe 5 was it, 4 after they came down, you could understand like internal damage, so coughing up a bit of bloods, whatever, makes sense. So for me, I didn't look at that and think it was real. I was under the impression it was probably a capsule that was handed to him. So no, I don't think so. But who knows? Could be. But I think they're pretty safe with those splashes. Bronson's done that move a lot. So, you know, I don't think that it's a case that those were connecting. And Meki said, you look like Sami Zayn. Well, I'll take that. I'll take that. Not a bad looking guy, Sami Zayn. So, Meki, shout out to you, my friend. Right, according to multiple sources, Lucha Bros are expected to leave AEW when their contracts expire this year. Some sources speculate that they were heading to WWE. Some even claimed that it was a formality. They were originally planned for the AEW World Trios title match at Wembley, but those plans have now changed. So that coming from Wrestle Purists, Eric tagging me in that. Appreciate it, my friends. People really into that Bronson moment. And TJ 1983 just pointing out that Seth looks a lot like Hangman. He's got a very similar jacket. I'll retweet that. Lovely. Right, in comes Razor. He's in there with Xavier. I do like the fact that they came down with that figure. I like the fact they're wearing this attire as well. I think that's really good work between them and Mattel. Because obviously Mattel want to sell these figures, but a lot of people will look at them and go, not really into it. But if they wore this gear on the show, then it makes it a bit more appealing. So, AOP against New Day. We are underway. And we are almost at the halfway point, just a couple of minutes. We'll try and do halftime scores at the next commercial break. So think about your score and what you think about the show so far. Right, I think they'll be called Team Gable, a tribute to Team Angle. Oh, that's a great shout, James. I could definitely see that. If Priest versus JD is tonight, my guess is they surround Priest after the match, and then Rhea could come out, and maybe Jay, says Macca. Could be onto something. Oh, down goes Kofi. Here is Xavier trying to get up. Carrion getting involved. Carrion getting involved. So here is Authors of Pain in control. Here we go! Odyssey Jones with a New Day shirt on! Yes! 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 Let's go, man! Let's go! Oh my God, that is going to breathe new life into the New Day. That is going to breathe new life. Yes, let's go. Look at the size of him as well. Big boy, isn't he? He's a big boy. Boom. He's very, like, Mark Henry-esque, isn't he? Ah, single-handedly dealing with the AOP. Here we go, picking him up. No. 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 Oh my God! Oh my God! He picks up both members of the AOP at the same time. Oh, mate! Oh, he's killing everyone! He's killing them all! Wow, Odyssey Jones. Is he like a fully signed up member? I don't like him being in all black. That's not very New Day. Yeah, well, perhaps like they didn't know that he was going to be coming down, and perhaps we're going to see him get New Dayified. Yeah, wow. This is biggery. We've had Biggie. This is biggery. So good. Oh my God, this Raw is so good. We're eating so good. Papa H is cooking. That is such a great place for him as well. Love it. Love it. We got JD. JD McDonough. You never wanted me in the Judgment Day. It's so weird hearing Judgment Day members cut promos on Judgment Day. I'm a WWE champion and you have nothing. All rise for the Judgment Day. JD McDonough, man. He's found a little summer, isn't he? He's found a little summer. He's found his balls. Odyssey Jones. Let's go. Right, here is A-Town. Down Under. They're going to be taking on, I believe, the Awesome Truth. We need to get the review of that though, don't we? AOP versus New Day. A-Town Down Under making their way down to the ring. Let's get a poll up. Match score. What is the match score? Oh, yeah. Awesome Truth. A-Town Down Under. Oh, my God. I got to get this up. We've got to get the halftime score song going. Yes. Now let's change this. A-Town Down Under. Why didn't that type? Where's the halftime thing? Here it is.
Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this.
Okay. So Nathan says 9. Mike said Xavier didn't seem to like Odyssey being out there. Oh, I didn't notice. That's interesting. That's interesting. We've got Quilver with an 8. We got Mr. Rage Bomb with a 7. Dark Moons 8.5. AKF 9.25. Willow Production said JD looked a bit like Redacted. Who did he look a bit like? Who's Redacted? Vince McMahon. He looked a bit like Vince McMahon. Bill Cosby. He looked like Bill Cosby. Who's Redacted? Eric says 8. Alex Bliss Gamer says 7. Wrestling Fan says 8. J Lang Photography says 9. Jeremy said the brand split is officially over. Gushan said 9. Chaos Theory says 8. Dominic the Writer says 9. Danny said if Big E is ready, it could be Woods and E versus Kofi and Odyssey. AB Jobson said Austin Theory on Raw. The Navaldo says 7. Nathan said 8.5. Cook said 7. Stone 9540 says 8. Dale with an 8. Tyler with a 9.9. Mikey with a 9. Mark with a 7.5. Joe with a 9. Big Al said Woods is on his new vitamins. Good Lord, they're making him grumpy. Spartan said JD is cooking. He did well, didn't he? Alex said 7.5. Akim says 8.5, but I'm still sad because they're burying Final Testament. Chris says 9, and Xavier is Mr. Poopy Pants. Gashan said he looked like Benoit. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Benoit. You can put the name. It's fine. Brad said 6.9. Mr. Quake said Triple H dropped the ball on Jones. Well, hopefully he's picked it right back up. This could be good. Mikey says 9. Junior Star said Sammy and Jay traded to SmackDown for A-Town Down. I don't know. Nothing's been announced for that. Ben says 8.7. Jesse said 7. John said 7.5. WWE's biggest fan says 9. Peelskin says 8. Sean said 7.8. John said 7.5 tsunamis. Mark with 7.5. Lonely Road said Lyra joins Damage Control. 10. Oh my God, could you imagine that? Lyra joining Damage Control. So weird because they still feel like heels to me. Mitchell said, I've got 725. What is your score? I'm so enjoying this show. I might be on an 8, you know. I think Odyssey Jones, even though it kind of got a bit spoiled, I think him going into New Day, I love that. And to finally see him, and not only that, he didn't just come down and throw in a few shots. That moment where he picks them both up is goated. That is a great moment. And even if you didn't know anything about him, he's got your attention, right? That's a great way of them telling you need to be aware of this guy. This is something special. To be honest, he wasn't that special in NXT. He picked up a nasty injury, which wiped him out for like 12 months. But so, you know, we were quite surprised when he got the call up. And then we just have not seen him. He's been doing a lot of tag matches on house shows. I don't know who with. I think with Cedric Alexander. But he's just been, not the New Day. He hasn't been doing anything with the New Day. So, yeah, I mean, we've been waiting for him. And I'm really excited to see where we go from here, man. Look at that. Look at the guns. Look at the gun show. Oh, here we go. Here he is. Hold up. Yeah, man. Here's Xavier. Pleasure, brother. Pleasure. Ooh. We linked up at the PC. It's Tozawa. Xavier Woods, you are nasty. I don't know what's happening. I don't really know what I'm doing, but... Okay, well, there we go. I mean, yeah, you can see that Xavier is being shot. I wonder if Xavier feels like this is a bit of a encroachment on Big E, you know? I wonder if that's the angle. I wonder if he's like, listen, the New Day will always be us and E. And like, so what is this? That would be really interesting if we were to go down that road. That would be really interesting. Woods is peeved, says AJG. Did you see the article that claimed that 57,000 plus wasn't legit? They had to top the upper deck like arenas. Do you think that's true? Well, they did top the upper arena, yes. The only thing I would say is that we also did have people on the floor, which, you know, for a normal sporting event would not be there. So that arena can hold, I think, nearly 70. So they claimed it was 57. So they're basically saying there was 13,000 or so empty seats. And then you do have people on the floor that would not be there during a normal game. So I don't know. We know what WWE are like. If it turns out there was 40,000 there and they've tickled the number, I would not be shocked. But I did get people getting in touch going, oh, this is embarrassing and stuff like that. AEW fans, right? You lot have a go at AEW? I mean, we don't. I don't. Have a look at my Twitter feed. I don't. I'm not interested. But I still got people getting in touch going, oh, you have a go at AEW for not being able to sell out arenas. This is embarrassing. I mean, I had a look, and if the 57,000 is correct, it would actually, according to Wikipedia, mean that it was in the top 40 most attended wrestling shows ever, if that's correct. If that's correct. If the 57,000 was correct. then it would make the top 40 according to Wikipedia. The idea that that in some way is embarrassing is, I mean, bless. You know what I mean? Bless. It must be, if you're a diehard AEW fan that hates WWE, it must be really hard at the moment. So we probably should just throw them a bit of a bone. I'm not, honestly, I'm not engaged in any war. But if diehard AEW fans are going to be scraping the barrel that much, it's a bit pathetic, to be honest. But what I will say is, putting that to one side, I do think that when we showed the hard cam side, I don't think it looked very good. But my argument would be, well, where else would you hold it? Because you want to sell as many tickets as possible. Clearly, that was way too big for any arena, right? And if you're going to be in Cleveland, I don't know what other options you had. So do you go with the stadium and try to sell 60,000 tickets and, you know, end up selling 40-something thousand? I said this about AEW when they did Wembley. I was like, in order for that to be a success, I think you need to sell like about 60,000 tickets. You don't need 90,000, right? You don't need 90,000. That's how much the stadium can hold. But that doesn't mean you have to sell it out. It would be lovely to sell it out. But in order for it to be worth it, I think you need 60,000. And the reason I said that is because Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, the Tottenham Stadium, that can hold 60-odd thousand. So you could have just rented that instead, right? And it would have looked full because you would have maxed it out, right? But instead you went Wembley. You went bigger. So in order to justify that, I think you need 60,000 plus, right? Because when they first announced Wembley, honestly, it was a shock. I mean, we thought they might end up doing 30,000, 40,000. And we were trying to, I think they ended up doing 72. I mean, it was amazing. But we were saying like that in order to justify it, you've got to, I think, do over 60. And they did. So for me, the Wembley first All In, they did it. They delivered. Great job, well done. You justified booking Wembley, so no shade. In regards to WWE and what we saw at the weekend, I don't know what other venues they could have booked. You know, I don't know what they actually did. They claim 57,000. And if that's true, I don't know that Cleveland has got another stadium that could have held that instead, you know? So it's one of those where, I don't know, are you glass half empty, glass half full? The way I look at it is, if you've done 57,000 or even 50,000, right? You've done enough tickets to warrant a stadium. And all right, you didn't sell it out. That's fine. As I said, even if it was 57,000, if you look at Wikipedia, it puts them 35th on the all-time most attended wrestling shows ever. It puts them about 35th, which I just think you've got to work real hard for that to be spun as a negative. You've really got to, do you know what I mean? You've really got to be working hard to make out that that is in some way a bad thing. So I don't know. I think there's a lot that gets said. I think there's a lot of people that don't really know what they're talking about. I think there's a lot of people that just see empty seats and they just focus on that. When if you actually look at the wrestling business and you look at like the history of attendance and like what the average attendance is, and think about if I was to book something, you know, why would I book a stadium? You know, you don't always book things to sell them out. If you only ever booked places to sell them out, then wrestling would be in much, much, much smaller arenas. You know, I mean, look, AEW tends to do about 3,000, yet they still book massive arenas. You know, people have said long ago they should not do that. But they want to because for them, they feel it looks better on TV. So they do it for TV, so it looks good on TV. But we know that on social media, all the empty seats get shown and everything. And, you know, they end up getting the reputation that they get. I do agree that it didn't look great. I do agree that, you know, had there been a slightly smaller stadium, I think it would have been worth exploring that. And if people tell me that there was, say, a 40,000 or 45,000 stadium in Cleveland, well, then I would say, yeah, probably on retrospect, we should have gone for that instead. But I don't know, you got to work really hard to paint that attendance at SummerSlam as a negative. Here's A-Town Down Under. We are underway. Thomas said, when you said that Jones had NFL size, I was like, they say that a lot about wrestlers who aren't close. But no, he does have NFL size. I think he's actually come from the NFL, to be honest with you. I think that's where he actually was. So, yeah, he is a big boy. He is someone that a lot of people may not have seen before because, to be honest, he wasn't in NXT all that much. So, I mean, very easy to miss. And he was injured a lot, so he is someone that I'm very excited about. Is someone that I'm really pleased to see is finally getting his chance. And listen, he's got a bubbly personality. I've got no doubt whatsoever him in the New Day, being with the New Day, is going to be a great success. Kick out by Theory. We've got Miz in the ring right now. So, AOP against New Day, it got a good rating. Good 98%. So, I don't know who... Do we know who won that match, by the way? I just remember Odyssey Jones coming down. Right, here we go. We've got Miz looking for the skull crushing. No joy. Oh, kick to the midsection. Obviously, we are approaching the final hour. We still haven't had the Joe Gacy interview yet. We've still got that to come. I've got to think that soon, though, because I don't think you're going to do that right before the match. I don't think you would. You'd probably want to just space it out a little bit. Crossbody by The Miz. Daze, have you put all the scores into the database? No, I'm up to about May. Here we go, AA, boom! But I've got them all in my notepad, so. Right now, we've got Miz down. Here we go, we've got Theory. Oh. A-Town down under 2. And it puts R-Truth away. So, there we go. A-Town down under. Boom. Get in your scores. What do you think about that? What did you think about that? Okay, so we got Miz and we've got R-Truth. I did wonder if there might be a little turn there. Feels like a turn, doesn't it? No turn. Whenever the camera lingers on a babyface team and they're like, don't worry about it, I know you tried your best. I was just waiting for that skull-crushing finale. Bang. Didn't get it. That was a bathroom break match, said Jojo. David said, Daze, should CM Punk want that bracelet? Oh, God, that stupid bracelet. I don't care about the bracelet. They should sell replicas of that bracelet. The woman should sell, you know, the woman that made it. She should sell replicas of the bracelet. If I was her, I'd be like, do you want a CM Punk AJ Larry bracelet? Just like the one in the story, made by the same person that makes it. Using the same beads and everything. Charge $9.99 for it or something. $9.99, free shipping in America. She'd get loads of orders, mate. She'd get loads of orders. Even if she got like 1,000 orders, which is, think about how many people watch wrestling. Think how many people watch wrestling. 1.7 million on this show, or like 1.4, whatever, right? And that's just America. You sell 1,000, you've made $10,000. Someone needs to get in touch with this girl. No? She's, at the moment, she's reached out to Slim Jim. And they're probably going to send us some meat. Get out there, kids. Get out there. When was it that you sang that harp? Oh, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. There's even better versions than that. I mean, I can't hear it. whatever, you know, is played that you hear, I don't hear. So I don't ever hear it. But sometimes I go back and I hear it and I'm like, oh God, that version's awful. It's awful. We've done it way better than that, bigger with more enthusiasm. It's a real lazy version. I hate it, but I just can't be bothered to try and find another one. That's the truth. Right, Damien against JD coming up next. Not now, but next. No Dom and Liv tonight. I'm guessing it'll be third hour, said Brony. Somebody getting capped. Where is this going? What, are we talking about the Damien thing? JD's come down with Carlito. At least we know where Carlito stands. JD McDonough against Drew McIntyre. I think you could have Heel Miz versus R-Truth retirement match at a big PLE. I don't see Cena wanting to be a full-timer after 2025. Surely, if R-Truth is retiring, it's Cena that does it. If Cena's around next year, surely it's going to be R-Truth against Cena, him taking on his childhood hero. It's got to be that, innit? It's got to be that. I was just thinking, how do you get to it, though? Because they would both be faces. It's a tricky little match to book that, but I feel like people would love to see R-Truth against John Cena. R-Truth coming down dressed in the same like shirt or an old Cena shirt, doing the same moves. 5-knuckle shuffle, AA, all of Cena's greatest hits. It could be really fun. JD might be like Bullet Club, where they just keep forever replacing members, said Wrestle with Andy. Oh, I do mean that, yes. People pointing out that I've put Drew. You can tell how focused I am on this match. I'd be a lot more excited if it was Finn. Right, we are at commercial break, and we are on the verge of the final hour. We are on the verge of the final hour. JD about to meet Punishment Martinez. I don't think he'll be a fan, says Haley. His childhood hero, it makes me giggle every time, said Pappy. Mitchell said US is up to 79 medals. The closest is 53. No one counts that, Mitchell. It's all about golds, isn't it? That's how that. Don't go changing the goalposts. It's all about golds. That's how the medal table is ranked. Actually, is that... Do you do it by total medals in America? Because the medal table over here is sorted by golds. So, I think... Are you lot second at the moment? I know you've had a big spurt. Oh, no, you're top, actually. You are top. You're on 21 golds, the same as China. So, can you stay there? At the moment, it's USA, China, France, Australia, and Great Britain. So, we're one gold behind Australia. If we get one more gold, we go ahead of Australia, which is how it should be. And I'm fine with that. I don't care if we finish 80th. As long as France and Australia are like 81 and 82. That's all I care about. But at the moment, we're behind both of them, so it's not good enough. It's not good. I think secretly this is why you're seeing riots in the UK. They say it's about racism, but I think it's about the fact that Australia and France are ahead of us in the medal table, to be honest. But yeah, it's not about total medals. Who cares about bronze? Bronze! It's basically a thanks for turning up award, isn't it? Bronze. Silver's got, you know, if you're the same as someone on the golds, then the silver splits it. But it's unlikely you'd be same on gold and silver and then bronze splits it. So bronze is like, might as not bother. Do you know what I mean? I think I've got a bronze somewhere. I've got a bronze and a draw. I'm sure. I think we all have. It's all about golds. It's all about golds. Rob said, screw the Olympics. Jump in, Jeff Farmer said, yeah, it's all about golds. Well, you've done well, America, because last time I checked, you'd had a really slow start, and then you've really risen up, and now you are ahead of China thanks to those silvers. You're level on golds, but it is the silvers that have just put you ahead. And I've got to think you're going to have more golds on the way you tend to do well at athletics. Let's see. Let's see how it all plays out. You guys have got to change those rules because you know you'll lose in the medal counts. We haven't changed it. We haven't changed those rules. Okay, here's Bron Breakker. All the guys around here love to talk about how long they've held championships. It's been less than 3 years since I debuted. I'm the hunter. I'm coming for everyone. Oh, I love this. Who's going to step up to Bron? Do you reckon someone's about to walk in here? I love this promo from him. This championship was born for me. Let me prove it to you. That is my name. Bolted onto my championship. Who's going to step up, though? Good promo. Really good promo. Really good. Is it just me, or do the belts seem really flimsy? We were talking about this on SummerSlam, but the belt straps look really thin. Really, like, I don't know. Have we cut back on the amount of material? They're really, like, flaccid. I'm going to use the word flaccid. There's a lot of flaccid championships in WWE right now. JD in the ring. Here comes Damien, who's still got like Judgment Day type graphics. There's still a lot of black and purple. Damian Priest is in a mood tonight. Priest needs a new theme. He does need a new theme. David said, getting a medal for jumping over hurdles. You got people here jumping over things all the time, trying to get away from the police. Perhaps that's how some of them train. Yeah, this theme is horrible. He's been def-rebbed, didn't he? He's been def-rebbed. Horrible theme. Ever since Priest has cashed in, I feel that he has been jealous. That Finn has been jealous. Right, here we go then. JD against Damien, and we are now officially into what I like to call the third hour. Daze, how about having a livid Tony Khan sing your halftime song for the stream? I think we would all love that. I think we would all love that. Imagine if we ever got to the point where we could actually get someone of some importance to actually do that. I could have asked D'Lo Brown when I met him last year at Wrestling Shop Live. I get a feeling that would not have gone very well for me. Where is Shinsuke? I think he's a SmackDown star, but we have not been seeing him. Dylan said Triple H tweeted out congratulating Bronson for destroying Seth. Did he? Well, I wouldn't be thrilled if I was Seth, to be honest. Okay, priests. Grabbing JD, hurling him up in the air and helping him down. Right now we got, big shot coming in by Damien. This is going to be, I think, quite simple work for Damien. Kick coming in there by JD. Big shot coming back by Damien. That sounded awesome. Love the sound of that. Yeah, and you know what? He's really enjoying himself. He charges over. Collides in the corner. Shoulder tackles coming in there by JD. Kick coming into the midsection. There we go. We got JD going over the other side, coming over, and a boom drop kick in the corner. JD sucks is the chant. Boom. Good day all. If there was a segment from either Drew Punk or Seth Rollins, there was, yeah. Joy Maurice, there was. They were all in the same segment together, and it is a great segment. And it's a great segment, not because of what any of them did. So you need to watch it. Big shot there by Damien again, you know. Shots coming in by JD. Big boot by Damien. To the outside goes JD McDonough. Yeah, good work. Really good work. Carlito coming round to try and help JD, but Damien gets to the outside. Sign in the crowd says, "Mommy, I love you." Damien again walking around the outside. JD beats Damien with a DDT, and then Jake Roberts comes out. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, back in the ring goes JD. Oh, big suicide dive. Wow, JD with a suicide dive. Damien goes into that commentary table. That looked good. Do you know what I like about this match is they've got some real intensity going on, which is really good. It was really good. Right, it is hard to believe that this was Jordan Devlin at one time. Yeah, he was a great talent. It is a real shame that he's kind of been relegated to being a little bit of a enhancement talent, if you will, which is a weird thing to say considering he's got the tag title. It's hard to say someone's an enhancement talent if they're in the Judgment Day and they've got a tag title, but that success is not as a result of JD, is it? He is the guy in the Judgment Day that takes the bumps and takes the L's. But he'll, you know, I'm sure he'll break out and he'll get there. JD definitely hurt again, said Kiam. But Priest will play the role of Nightwolf in Mortal Kombat movies, says Davidson. Smacked his head off the corner of the desk there, said GS Dub. Right, we are at commercial break, and we are just working our way through this final hour. I don't think that this is going to be a problem this final hour. Sometimes you can get to hour 3 and it's like, oh, it really fell off. But man, we've got what we've been waiting for. We've still got coming. And that, of course, is the Wyatt Sicks. R.I.P. JD's heads. Well, we'll have to see when we go back if that is something that he is suffering with. It is always concerning when they go hard into the commentary tables. They've got to move that desk back some, said Dwayne. I'm guessing Liv will try to distract Damien and then Rhea could come down, says Macarice. Could go that way. I think there's a lot of options as to what we do with this match. He just ate the table, says David. He just had a little snack. Right, we are just still at commercial break. We're all just waiting for a squash match, said GS Dub. Well, it's not the result, really, to be honest with you. I mean, that's a good point. What is it that we're waiting for? It's not really the result. It's I'm waiting to see how they work together. I'm waiting to see what moves they use. I'm waiting to see what Uncle Howdy does, what Bo does, because he'll be at ringside. Will he have the rocking chair? Will he stand? Will he give advice? Will he just sit back and watch? What does Nikki do? Is she standing on the edge of the ring? I mean, she's not the kind of person I expect banging on the edge of the mat, really. So, you know, if she's there, does she just silently stand and watch and stare? I don't know. I really don't know. And does Ivy get involved? You know, what's Ivy going to do? Is Ivy going to be a problem in this match? It's not the result. Hopefully the result is not in doubt. Hopefully it is just a straightforward win for the Wyatt Sicks. But I think there's a lot of other elements to it. Right, we are back to the action. I wonder if the Wyatts will have a different entrance song. I'm thinking it's going to be that kind of noise that we've been hearing, the kind of just repeating. Moonsault by JD, going for the pin. 1, 2. Kick out by... That's a great moonsault. Kick out by Damien. JD sucks. We had a "This is awesome" chant, and we've got a JD sucks chant. Right now, we've got JD trying to pull Damien up. He grabs JD. Oh, plants him. Hard as well. Tell you what, this is a lot harder for Damien than I thought it was going to be. I didn't expect him to be struggling this much. Right now, again, we got another shot coming in there by JD McDonough. Whoa, big kick to the midsection. Boom, big forearm strike. And again. Hard hitting, man. I feel like Damien has somehow captured the spirit of Gunther. Damien back in the corner. JD over the other side. He's charging over, collides into JD. Picks him up. Oh, chucks him. Chucks him. Was that a Falcon Arrow? How is JD even alive? Too broke to pay attention, said JD even sucks at sucking. Here we go, round the outside. Oh, into the commentary table. Goes JD. Damien looking out at the crowds. He grabs him, chucks him back into the ring. Damian Priest has got his arms outstretched. Crowd are chanting, "This is awesome." Boom! Massive! Massive! Huge! Oh my God! This has been one of my favourite Damian Priest matches, you know. Crowd are right there with him as well. Oh, there's Finn! There's Finn! From behind! Jumps Damian! Just as he was about to put JD McDonough away. And the crowd are booing, the crowd are reacting. Damian is down. Look at him, looking up. Looking up. Wide-eyed. There's Liv, there's Dom. Oh, look at this. Ah, they're stomping away. So weird. Isn't it, seeing Dominik and Finn and everyone attacking Damian Priest? It's so weird. Look at Liv in the ring laughing. Wow. Wow. Oh, JD goes over the top to the outside. So does Dom. Super kick to Carlito. Finn is face to face with Damian. Damian with a big smile on his face. Finn trying to get out the ring. Liv in the corner. Powerbomb. Razor's Edge. Liv makes the save. Liv makes the save. Now it's Liv and Damian, and she stands and smiles as Dirty Dom. Oh, she's kicking. She's kicking Damian. Oh, my God. Here's Mommy! Here's Mommy! Mommy's here! Oh, let's go! Oh, my God! Oh, run! Run for your lives! Run for your lives! Ah, she's gonna get Liv! She's got Liv! She's got Liv! Ah, into the ring post! Into the ring post! Do it again! Yeah! She did it again! Let's go! Rip her hair off, Rhea! Rip her hair off! Tear her boobs off, Rhea! Tear her boobs off! Oh, she stripped the commentary table! She's gonna go for a ride! Picking her up! Oh, Dominik makes the save! Dominik makes the save! Liv's boobs. Liv. Another day. Now we've got Rhea in there with Damian. Headbutt by Rhea to JD McDonough. Ah, here we go. Rhea and Damian on the same page. You thought Jelly Roll could deliver a chokeslam. Look at what Damian just did. He channeled his inner Jelly Roll. Monstrous. Monstrous. So good. Everything about that was so good. You know those people that are like, oh, you watch wrestling? Before, I would have been like, yeah, I watch it. It's really good. Now, I'm just going to punch him in the face. Just going to punch him in the face. Look at that sign. Dom is a dirty little hamster. Yeah, you tell him, little girl. Is it a little girl? I don't know. It might be like a small woman. I don't know. Ah, it's just the best, isn't it? Yeah. Wrestling's just the best. I've been waiting all night for that, said Charles. Oh, is this our poll? What poll's this for? I don't even know what this poll's for. What poll is this? What poll is this? What poll is this? This can't be for the JD Damian match. Apparently this poll's been going for 20 odd minutes. I don't even know what that is. I'm going to write it down. We'll have to sort it out after. I don't know. 50, 16, 25, 6. Guys, that match, and we don't know what match it was, got good 94%. Was that last match? Dom is a dirty little hamster sign. So good. So good. Edge needs to come back. Oh, man. This Raw. So enjoyable. We're just seeing Roman's return. That was bleeping awesome. Priest and Rhea are my favourites. That was intense. That was incredible. Was it Woods AOP? No, because I've got a score for that. I've got a score for it. So it can't be the... It can't be that. Did I not do a poll? I don't know what's happening. Don't know what's happening. We've scored a match that didn't exist. That's what it feels like. Should we do... Right, let's go up here. Match score. Okay, this one is JD and Damien, I think. I don't flipping know. Right, Snoop Coop said, this is such a great show. Greatest Raw ever. Greatest Raw ever. Roman returns. On Friday, there's Damage Control. I got the power. Oh, they're getting attacked. Damage Control attacked. You deserve it. You deserve it. Boom. Kick coming in there by Shayna. Ah, stomping on the leg. Stay away. Well, we were meant to get that match, weren't we? Damn it. Dakota was meant to be competing. So is that not happening now? So Dakota is down. There's EO. Tomorrow night, Ethan Page. Joe We don't get it. We go to commercial here in the UK because we don't get good things. Tomorrow night should be fun. Daze, how are us mods supposed to do our jobs with WWE doing this? We might as well ban everyone from the start or just let the pervs and the cursing have it all. I would just say let the kingdom burn, to be honest. I'm a big fan of timing out, to be honest. I think if the problem we've got with banning is that I don't have the ability to unban people, which might be a surprise. I think even the mods don't know this. But if there is a list behind the scenes of like all the banned accounts, Az has probably got like a good 400 like accounts on it. But every time people get in touch with me saying I can't comment anymore, I go to that list. I scroll through it. I can never find their name, and that's it. I mean, I don't have any other way of unbanning. So I've had to speak to YouTube a few times, and even they seem a bit mystified about it. So I'm a lot more into timing outs because I think you can time people out for like 24 hours if required. But I don't know. I would say let people have fun. There is a line, and you know, when do people cross that? I don't know. It's hard to say, innit? But I think that we have got a very passionate community who I hope feel comfortable expressing their passion. But also not crossing that line. Whatever that line is. Right, where are we? 40 minutes. 40 minutes. Did I just see there was a super chat I didn't read? Yes. J Lang Photography. Shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. There you are. There you are, Daze. There you are. Howdy put up a ghost poll. Is that what it was? Was that a Howdy ghost poll? I could believe that. I could believe that. I will have to go back and see what the flip happened there, because I have no idea. Maybe that was the AOP New Day match and I somehow got the score but didn't end it. I don't know. I don't know what happens. I don't know what happens. I may never know. But we're at commercial break. And we should be getting close to the Wyatt Sicks now, shouldn't we? And we still haven't had that Joe Gacy thing. We still haven't had Gacy. Right, let's end this poll. Boom. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly, greatly appreciated. We never ask for likes during Raws because it's Raw. It's not a PLE. But I don't know. This one feels like a pretty big deal tonight. People seem to be really enjoying it, and I'm loving it. I think it's brilliant. That last match was great 56, all-time 21, good 20, and bad 1. So that got a great 77%, I think, because of all the stuff that happened after. But it was a really, really good match as well. So, yeah, I don't know what that was. I'm going to write that. What is this? What is this? Okay, we are back, and we've got Sonya coming down. She was meant to face Dakota, but they just took out Dakota. Io or Kyrie. Whatever this is, I can't imagine it's going to be going for very long. So they're just showing us the backstage attack. Triple H has cooked so hard tonight, says Dylan. He has done a fantastic job. It's either New Day versus AOP or maybe Awesome Truth A-Town Down Under. It could be that. It could be that. Was that after AOP New Day, though? Awesome Truth A-Town Down Under? I think it could be that. I don't have a score for that. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's Awesome Truth A-Town Down Under. Oh, here we go. Here's Sonya. I think she's under the weather. Paul was Awesome Truth, said Thomas. Thank you. James Thomas. Appreciate it. That saves me a job. So that's appreciated. Okay, Awesome Truth A-Town Down Under got good 94%. Damien JD got great 77. New Day AOP got good 98. Okay, so Io is going to be the opponent. Io, Sky, the genius of the Sky. Do you remember when she was Io Shirai, the genius of the Sky? Where's my water gone? I'm out. It's all gone. Right, here we go. Need to the midsection. Carla, shout out to you. Says, love watching these reactions. I love the community. Carla, I think I speak for the community when I say we are happy to tolerate you. No, welcome. We have got such a great community. I mean, you'll see the same names and the same people, and you'll get to know like different personalities, and I think they really come through in the chat. And I've said before, even when I'm just here chatting away, like you'll still get to see those personalities kind of coming through with the comments that you can see, which maybe I don't get chance to like get to. So yeah, it's awesome. We don't take it for granted. So Carla, appreciate the kind words, my friend. Sonny said, chat available on paperback and Kindle. I do recommend buying the paperback. Please consider buying my second book, A Soul Within. As we go to commercial break. Sonya Deville's faction, they need a name. How about Dude Day, the lesbian version of New Day? Meechin wants to call them the Stud Line rather than the Bloodline, which I kind of liked. I kind of liked that. I think, didn't we have two muffs and a buff? We had that as well. Which, I don't even know what it means, to be honest. Two muffs and a buff. I don't even know what it means. I don't know what it means, but I did like the sound of it. I don't know if it works, because I feel like there's 3 muffs, and I think they're all pretty buff, so I don't know. Maybe it's 3 muffs, 3 buffs. I don't know. To be honest, the whole thing makes me quite uncomfortable. But when that was suggested, it did make me laugh. Dark Moon said, can we get the Wyatt Sicks? This match sucks. Yeah, we should get to it soon. And we've still got to do that interview. I swear, we've only just come back from a commercial break, says Kenzie. Well, listen, they've got to get them in, ain't they? Because we didn't get any in the first hour. How about just muffs and buffs? Well, that's what I look for. That's what I live my life by, really, to be honest. I'm always on the lookout for muffs and buffs. Buff Bagwell is going to need to be their manager. Let's go. Let's go. Buffy Muffies. Oh, my God. Buffy Muffies. Buff Muffs. The Buff Muffs. I don't even know if this is disrespectful. I feel like it might be. I don't intend for it to be. These aren't my suggestions. These aren't my... I'm not saying these things. The Buff Muffs! Come on! Imagine the merch. Come on. ML Dub Flash. Shout out to you. David says, how about the anti-wieners? The anti-wieners. Robin Hoods. Oh my God. Wow. 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 Robin. Imagine the merch. I can see them all. Like, I can see like a bit of a circle with 3 characters. You've got like Robin Hood, Maid Marian, the Sheriff of Nottingham, and you've got their faces on, and it just says Robin Hoods like that. And they're all standing there like that's what I would go with. You could go a lot more X-rated, but I don't recommend it. Alan said you're wrong. I tried to drag it back to PG. I desperately tried to drag it back to PG. I mean, I think we failed, but I hope my effort was at least noted. Right, Sonya against Io. We are going back to the action, and as we said, this shouldn't take too long. Oh my God, I can't get Robin Hoods out of my head now. Cleaning carpets, says Metal Mama. I don't think this is a game that we need to play because we are sailing very close to the sun. That's what I would say. I feel like we were sailing very close to the sun. Let's go Io, chant. So the crowd are really behind them. Let's go Io. Roll up there by Io, and she gets up, charging over. Kick coming in, gets grabbed. Knee strike coming back there by Sonya. Master Taker said, I believe the 57,000 for SummerSlam because it was reported by WrestleTix. So apparently just before the show, it was at about 56,000. So it could have clocked over to the 57 eventually. So that's good to know. Okay. I don't know where WrestleTix get their info from, but... Okay, Io, shoulder tackle. Down goes Sonya. Big E has tweeted, Ronnie, thank you. The big man looked phenomenal. A star is born. Odyssey made a lot of new fans tonight. So Big E tweeting out. Okay, Io going up top. Goes up. More big missile drop kick. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Sonya. Daze, who do we think will step up and help Damian and Rhea? I think Jay in the short term, because we were mentioning him. So it would make sense for him to now kind of, for Rhea to reach out to him. I mean, he was always interested, wasn't he? Is mummy free now, you know? I don't think she can woo him and do all that, because I think she needs to be... I don't think we need to get Jay into a relationship there. But he can have a bit of fun with it, you know? And she can maybe, like, show she's a little interested, but I wouldn't really be, like, having them make out or anything like that. I think Jay needs to be pretty free to go back to the bloodline, so you can't really, you know... You know what it's like, guys. You meet a woman... Next thing, they're trying to get married, trying to get you to, do you know what I mean, have kids and all that stuff. He don't need to go down them roads. He don't need that anchor. He needs to be free. Here we go, going for the cover. 1, 2, but Zoe puts Sonya's foot on the rope. Danny said, this is boring. Tony said, what event are we looking forward to? All into Khan's what was that? Expedition. I'm really into the Mariah May Tony Storm feud. Oh, hello, Io. Grabbing Sonya, throwing her out the ring. Here's Kyrie. Kyrie is climbing up. Io is climbing up. What are we doing? What are we doing, kids? What are we doing, kids? What's this? Double moonsault. No. Oh. One went that way. One went that way. Moonsault, and then the other one did an elbow. I thought they were both going to moonsault. Imagine if Kyrie stood on Io's shoulders and then they both did a moonsault. That'd be sick, wouldn't it? Cowards. Cowards. Took the easy road. Here we go. We got Io up top. Boom. Moonsault. She didn't really get all of it, but she got enough of it so that she could get the pin. Io Sky, the genius of the sky. It was boring, but yeah, says Danny. Yeah. Dinga 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 dinga. I'm on the mail. Here's Sammy. Here's Elia. Oh my god, two of my faves on screen together. It's the best. Thanks, Elia. You'll make a fine champion yourself. It's a bit sad here, Sammy. Here's Jay. You know. Tough night. You're going to shake right back. You're Sami Zayn, Oos. This is what's going to happen. You'll get a rematch and you'll get your IC title back. Rematch next week. Isn't it fun? Isn't it fun to see where these two are, considering Jay hated Sammy? Oh, they're going after those tag titles. Yeet. Yeet. I'm fully out, soccer mom. Ringside at home, shouting at the TV. Let's go Wyatt, guys. Oh, God, that's such a mum thing to shout in it. Let's go Wyatt, guys. Come on, Wyatt, guys. Mum, they're the Wyatt Sicks. Come on, Wyatt, guys. I love the Wyatt, guys. Mum, stop embarrassing me. They're the Wyatt Sicks. Say it right, or don't say it at all. All right, Wyatt Sicks. And he called them the Wyatt guys. I mean, it's not a big difference. Oh, hello, what's this? The pit Huskus, the pig boy. Here's the interview then. This one with Joe Gacy. This should be very interesting because, as we've said before, we think he could be the breakout star. Here he is. There's the image of him with his back to us. That was tweeted out. They thought they could control you. Who? They locked you away? Who? Who did that? But I saw through their lies. Opened your heart to the man in the woods. Now they'll all pay for their sins. Man in the woods reference. It's all really short again. Oh, hello. Here's Chads. Hey, they look great in matching gear, don't they? They look great in matching gear. You've never met anyone like us. American Maids? We are American Made. Is that going to be their new name? American Maids. Here they come. Have they got new graphics or anything? Gable. I like his music. American Made. That means they'll be broken in about 2 weeks' time. I'm only joking. Let's go. Gable has upgraded the Creed's wrestling fits. Great color combo, but they're about to get destroyed. My Miss American Maid drove my Chevy to the levee and I... bought a new blade. Commercial break. Let's go, Wyatt Sicks. They look good together. I hate that name, said Metal Mama. Well, you'll probably just call them American guys anyway, so it don't matter, does it? Group names don't mean nothing to you. Does it come with cheese? Oh, yes. Everything comes with American Maids. Of course you get a bit of cheese with it. Of course you do. We were brought up thinking that American made stuff, good stuff, we just ship out the garbage product. Oh, is that what it is? So when it says American maids and it's doesn't last you quite the lifetime you were hoping for, it's because you keep the good stuff yourself. I mean, listen, as much fun as we're having with the American made name, if it was British made, it wouldn't even get going. If it was British made, it would have been broken before they even got out there. So they say don't throw stones if you live in a glass house, and that's exactly the situation I'm in right now. Does this mean that we get Ivy Niall in a maid outfit? Do we need to put Lyra in this group? That's my question. Do we need Lyra Valkyria to be in American French Maids? I think we do. I think we do. I think we do. We need to get Lyra Valkyria into American French Maids. Amazing. Odin's son said the man in the woods was just spoken about. It was referenced. Lovely little callback. If it was British made, then we would have taken it over, says Boola. If it was British made, you would throw it in the water. Like the disrespectful people you are. We gave you lovely tea. Lovely tea. We didn't give you the rubbish stuff. We gave you the good stuff. And you chuck it in the flipping harbour? We left of our own accord because we were horrified by what we saw. If you're going to treat tea like that, we ain't staying. It's a bit like if you go around a friend's house and they start like, do you know what I mean? Like eating their food like this, and you're like, you know what I mean? They're chucking drinks around. You'd be like, I think I've got work in the morning, actually. It was lovely seeing you again, Scott, but oh, I didn't realise that was the time. Dude, you've only been here 5 minutes. I know, but it goes so fast, doesn't it? It really does. So I'll see you around, yeah? You have a good evening. You look after yourself. That's basically what happened. That's my History 101 lesson. And then we left of our own accord. That's what they don't teach you in schools, yeah? That's what they teach us over here. You know, we went over to America. They started throwing the tea in the water. So we left. Are you sure that's what happened? Yes, certainly. Oh, okay. Daze, are you going to men and women matches at the 100? I don't know. The weather looks a bit rubbish, doesn't it, for the women? So, I don't know. I might have to see what the weather's like. If it's going to be all raining and everything, it might not be worth getting there so early. Might end up going and getting some food in Birmingham or something and then just rocking up. Maybe your guy's tea just sucks, says Mitchell. Mitchell, you can't speak, you weren't there. It was amazing tea. That's what they said in school. It was Earl Grey. It was Yorkshire. It was Yorkshire tea. That's as good as it gets, mate. That's as good as it gets. Right, we've got an advert for Call of Duty. You should commentate at the cricket. Where? We want Shatter. Oh. I thought you meant William Shatner. I was like, why? Why do you need William Shatner? The tea needed more sugar, said Jumping Jeff Farmer. Well, that doesn't mean you throw it in the harbour, Jeff. Doesn't mean that's what you do with it. I mean, look, we're over it now. It doesn't matter. We've moved on. We're all friends. It still stings, to be honest. Right. Where we going? Where we flipping going? This show has been fun. Will it end with an Alexa return? I am not expecting that. If we get that, then wonderful. If we don't get it, it's fine. It's fine. Who will be the #1 contenders next week? We find out for the tag titles. Damage Control against Muffs and Buffs. Okay, here we go then, friends. Here we flipping go. American Maids. So, American Maids. Oh, man, look at the crowd reacting. They're ready for this. Oh, I love how American Made look, though. They look so good. So, lights going out as we've seen before. Fireflies are out. And you can't tell me that this wouldn't have banged if we'd have had this at SummerSlam. But it doesn't matter. It's in the past. We've got the arena. We've got the Fireflies. We've got the ding, ding. I wonder if it will break into Shatter. Or if it will just stay with that. Erase Your Mind said, I want Shatter. Oh, we've got the rocking chair. The lantern is on the rocking chair. Oh, that's nice. Dun, dun, dun. It's going to go, innit? It's going to go. Yes. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, man, people all love the fact that we've got Shatter. Well, it's broken more into Shatter. We haven't quite got there. But the drums are coming in. Boom, boom, boom. Here they come. Yeah, There it is. There you are. So they come out. Howdy picks up the lantern off the chair. And they are making their way down in a cross formation. Rowan at the rear, because his mask is about 50 meters tall. Yeah, let's go, man. Nikki at the front. Let's go, man. People are going to love this. People are going to love this. I personally, I didn't mind. If we got it, brilliant. If we didn't, it wasn't a problem. But it is lovely. Nikki sits on the ground, puts her head to the side. Is that the same chair? Oh, was that being dragged by Rowan, was it? Here we go. Wow. Wow. How did they take their masks off so quickly? How did they do that? I was getting lost. I was getting lost in the moment, but boom, they get into the ring. And we do have Howdy sat in that rocking chair. Right in front of him is Nikki Cross. There's, and he's looking at him, laughing his head off. You think you're coming past me, you boomers. This is awesome. Being chanted by the crowds. Those people that tell you, oh, there's no reaction. The crowd just aren't into it. Where are you now? Where are you now? Here we go. Dexter is in the ring and the bell has sounded. Dexter down. He did this before. He used to do this kind of crawling on his hands and knees, and where he's chasing after Chad. Chad gets out. In comes Julius. Back elbow there by Dexter. Dexter with his hair looks so good. Rowan, Gacy, and Dexter, of course, competing in this. Oh, big spine buster. Look really good. Against the ropes. And again. Lovely. I'm so ready for this, said Alan. Big leg drop. Big leg drop. Tag being made. In comes. Boom. In comes Gacy. Caden said Harper's mask next to Howdy. Yeah, that's a nice touch, isn't it? The fact that they've kind of... I think Harper's mask is on the back of Rowan's rabbit mask. So when he takes it off, he must turn it around and kind of put it on the chair so that that's there as well. Boom, lovely. Great work there by Dexter and Gacy. Rowan on the outside, so great to see him. Oh, that's so good. I love that by Rowan. He just put his hand on Gacy's shoulder and he was like, we're doing it. It's happening. We're doing it. We're in this. That was nice. This must be really emotional for Rowan, you know? I mean, it must be emotional for all of them, but big shots coming in by Gacy and Dexter. It's a little bit in a way like you've put together a football team, like you've had a big summer transfer window, and now this is your team out there performing, and you're just sat back watching them go about their business. Look at Rowan. Oh, Rowan picking up Julius. Slamming him on top of Brutus. Sent on there by Joe Gacy. I do worry a bit for Gacy. He's in there with two really big guys. Here we go. Dexter to the outside. Gets chucked on top of... his arms outstretched. All of American made go down. As we go to commercial break, I would say so far, so good. Just big power moves, really. Not loads in ring that has like blown my mind or anything, but it's just been solid. But that entrance with the rocking chair, and I love that moment from Rowan where he put his hand on the shoulder. Just really good. There's a moment, actually, where Gacy has just grabbed Rowan's wrist. Seems like Rowan and Gacy are, like, really close. It's nice. It's really nice. Trini said, I had to take a minute to collect myself. Bray introduced me to a lot of you, and it is bittersweet. Do you blame him for that? Is that why you was upset? Because you thought without him I wouldn't be here. It's his fault, you know. It's all his fault. I was perfectly happy before I found this community. Macca said, Daze, Damien and Rhea will cost Judgment Day the tag titles, and Jay, Sammy will win them, question mark. Maybe. Maybe. Metal Mama said, I hate the side script. Oh, have you got picture in picture? I haven't got picture in picture. I ain't got that. I'm just a boring, normal commercial break. Odinson, shout out to you, my friends, said, my uncle, that's more like the older brother, passed at 11:38. I love this perfect night to the worst day ever. Oh, hang on. Your uncle that was like an older brother passed this morning, 11:37. That's Eastern time. So that would be about 4:37 UK time. Wow. So that's coming up to not quite 12 hours. That is really hard, Odinson. There is nothing I can say but send my condolences there. That is really, really tough. There's not really anything you can do, unfortunately. I mean, it's just going to be hard. I mean, I've lost my grandparents, all of my grandparents, and oh man, you just don't really know what to do you? You just kind of just lost. I think it's really good that you've got this that can kind of focus you for a moment, maybe even be a bit of a distraction, because that is hard. So I wish there was something I could say there, but there isn't. So thoughts with you, my friend. I'm trying to think what it was like when I was going through it, when I lost my grandparents, and it's like there's just nothing you can do. I mean, how could there be? That's the price of love, isn't it? Is grieving. So yeah. Well, I'm glad that this moment is providing a distraction. But that really is horrible. I'm really sorry to hear that, Odinson. Sending you strength, my friend. You will get through it. Miguel said, the Wyatt Sicks are looking great, and I love seeing Gacy. Well, we're going back to them. So we did just get a moment. But we are back. So we've got a spotlight on Howdy in the entranceway. We want what? Is it we want Rowan or we want Strowman? Must be Rowan. I don't think they'd be chanting we want Strowman. Right, so in comes Brutus. Right now, Gacy is in the wrong part of town. Nice standing moonsault there by Brutus. Jeremy said, did you see Gacy flip down from the corner? He was upside down like Bray, but off the top, and he was smiling. I didn't notice that. No, I didn't. I'll have to keep an eye out for that. Here we go. We've got Chad's Averted Vision. Shout out to you. We've got You Suck chants breaking out. Gacy flips up. Gacy handsprings against the ropes. Look at Howdy laughing, loving it. You didn't think the boomer was going to do that, did you? That was sick. That was sick. Now Rowan's in. You do it now, Rowan. You do it. Oh, Rowan's just knocking everyone down. Oh, lovely spin kick there by Rowan. Tell you what, American made a bumping like Super Troopers. Into the corner goes Rowan. Another big clothesline over the top. To the outsides. Boom! Big back body drop. Great work by Rowan. KC Max said, I think they were chanting for Rowan. Wrestling Russ said, one of the best Raws in a while by a mile. Here we go, look, on the outsides. Picking up Chad Gable. Oh, face first! Into the barricades. Here's Rowan. Yeah. Over the top. Lands on Chad Gable. Picks him up. Boom. Plants him. 2. Ah, save his maids. Oh, they've ruined that moment. Stupid American maids. That was lovely. Kyle Holmes. Happy birthday. I can see Kyle saying, can I get a birthday shout out tonight? Absolutely. Done. There you go, my friend. Kyle, shout out to you. Hope you had a good birthday. Here is Dexter going up top. Whoa! I don't even know what that was. It was like he went for a leg drop to the outsides. He just knocked down American Made with his buttocks. Right now, boom! Lovely German by Chad. Rowan just kicks out. That's a big man to hit a suplex on. Oh my God, we're running out of time. We're running out of time. Crowd are chanting, you suck. Dexter's an animal, said Dan Jr. Fly, Dexter, fly. Here's Gacy and Dexter. Crowd are really on board with this. Loads of chanting, loads of people having fun. Smile on the face of these two as they are fighting with the creeds. Uranagi onto the commentary table. There's Rowan. Rowan in the ring with Chad. Oh, you messed up, mate. You done messed up. Here we go. Picks him up. Boom! Slams him down. Rowan looking to send this home. Gacy makes the tag. Gacy comes in. In comes Dexter. How are we going to put this away? Oh, we've seen this move. Boom. We saw that the other week, didn't we? And now Loomis is going up top. Loomis is perched. Big frog splash. 1, 2, 3. Wyatt Sicks win. But it's so much more than that. It's so much more than just the victory. It's all those little touches. It's all those little references. The crowd really, really helped. Couple of nice moments in that match. Couple of really fun spots. Michael Cole says, the successful debut, and it very much was a successful debut. Let's go. All the nuances, says Maggie. It was, wasn't it? It was all the nuances. Let's get people's match score, what they thought about it. There was certainly a lot that went with that. Abby the Witch. So he said Abby the Witch this time, Michael Cole. So he did goof. WWE will never be the same. So he did goof the other week when he said Sister Abigail. I knew he was a goof. Uncle Howdy in the ring. I love Uncle Howdy's look now. It's so much better. We're here. And he laughs. Yeah. What's that? What was that music at the end? Did that go into like a bit of a different vibe? I don't think I ever remember hearing those drums before. That song is awesome. I miss that theme. Daze, would you say the show goes into the prestigious 8 club? Oh, definitely. Yes. That's what Michael's been calling her all night. Oh, well, good. Because he's a goof. Because he called her Sister Abigail the other week. My biggest score, Platinum 10 for Raw, said Nathan. Willow said it does go metal at the end. That was special, said Nita Nitro. Glad they kept that theme, said Rob. Anna said it was well worth the wait. Charles said it was amazing for a follow-up show. Take care, everyone, said Lone Star Friends. Well, there we go. It comes to an end, and it was good. That was a lot of fun. That whole show was a lot of fun. Having the Harper mask watching the match over Howdy's shoulder was absolutely wonderful, said David. That was well worth it. It was a fantastic tribute, said EST. Jay said, I agree. It was well worth the wait. It was epic. It was amazing. It was awesome. Jason said the Wyatt Sicks was awesome. Wrestling Russ said they were put on a rocket ship tonight. They are rock stars now. Wow, I tell you, people are really, really enjoying that. People have really took a lot from that, which is so good. I mean, I know we're a very pro... I know we're a very pro Wyatt Sicks channel. I thought it was great. I thought it delivered. It seems like you lot did as well. I will be interested to know what those people that maybe aren't as keen on Wyatt Sicks thought, you know? Are there people out there that didn't enjoy it, for example? If they didn't, why didn't they enjoy it? Like, I'd be very interested to hear that. But I don't know. Maybe there's people out there that maybe there's not many out there that didn't. I'm just looking at the reactions in the chat. Beautiful, said Vanet. 10 out of 10, says Calvin. Awesome ending, said Erin. And I'm seeing the same being sent through on Twitter as well. So yeah, it's just universal love. That's all I'm seeing at the moment. Just universal love. The match action was very average, but I loved the 6, says Ray. Scott said, got a bit of fear when I saw it would be the main event. I didn't want it to leave people feeling underwhelmed, but my words, it was nothing short of perfection. Amazing by everyone involved. Dan says it was cinema. My phenomenal figure said, when will you tweet about opinions on Raw go up? What time? I don't know, to be honest, buds. I mean, I don't really have like a time. I mean, I can do it now. Might as well if we're talking about it. Feedback required. What did you think about Raw? 1 comment per person, please. I'll try and do this one a little bit longer because I think there'll be more people that want to talk about it. Normally, I only do about 20 minutes. I could see this one going over half an hour at least. So I'll try and get as many of you involved as possible. But understand, I am expecting a lot of responses on this one. So no guarantees, of course, but I'll try my best to get through as many as we possibly can. Yeah, Man in the Woods being referenced. Very, very interesting. Lovely little callbacks all throughout the show. It was beautiful. I know Bray is looking down and he is very proud. Jeremy said you need to find out about Gacy for that corner thing. Yeah, I mean, if it just sounds like it was a bit of a reference to Bray, to be honest, I will look at it. But, yeah, I can believe it happened. Robert, hello. Shout out to you. Vanat said, the lantern, the chair, Ramblin's mask hanging on the back. It was so good. Joe Gacy upside down was great, said Andrew. Lad White said, follow the buzzards. Diecast said tonight was a revenge show. First time I've seen this is awesome chants within the first minute of a match, said IFAL. Anna said, I love the Wyatt Sicks. I'm looking forward to seeing Howdy in a match, said Diamond. Absolute said, great match, but I personally would have had the Six squash Chad's group to keep the continuity of their arrival. Yeah, I mean, I think because it was in that main event slot, you probably would struggle to do a squash because they had so much time to fill that I don't know how long you can do a squash for. So, I don't know. I think had it been earlier in the show, you could have got away with that. But because of its spot on the card, I think it was a bit more of a challenge. But I don't know. The responses are overwhelming. It seems like people very much enjoyed what we got. WrestleLandy said it was a great main event. The big concern for me is how does it translate to a match? But it was brilliant. Well, I can tell you that is all time that has won. 50%. Great was 40%. Good was 7 and bad was 1. I always think that, you know, that is nearly 800 votes as well, by the way. Nearly 800 votes. So the fact that 50% voted all time, I think gives you a good idea as to how well received that was. So excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. It's one of those where, I don't know. I mean, like, I feel it was about as good as what you could have hoped for, really. Excellent. It delivers, as simple as that. We look at these Wyatt Sicks segments and we just hope that they deliver because we so want it to work. And I think you're going to be hard pushed to say that that didn't, which is why if there are people out there that say that it didn't, I'd be very genuinely interested to hear why they think that. If you think that, feel free to put your opinion in the opinions video. I'd be very interested to hear, not to have a go at people, I genuinely would like honest opinion, honest feedback. But that is a great score. Right, I'm going to run away. Obviously, I want to do Unseen, and we've got so much that we need to get our teeth into. J Lang Photography said, thank you, Bo, for bringing this to life. Completely agree. Right, thanks a lot, my friends. Really appreciate the support. If you want to leave your comment on the opinions video, then you can obviously go and do that now. And I'll try and get through as many of those as possible. Unseen will be up in about an hour or so. Obviously, a few bits that I want to chuck out there. And, oh, God, just so much. I don't even know where to start, to be honest. So much stuff to do, but I know I need to get working on an Unseen. So many talking points, so much stuff that people want to chat about, so many little references. So I'm off. Thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support. We will be back tomorrow with NXT. Thanks for watching. Have a great evening. Bye for now.